like this, the screen in 401, you actually have to turn on. I don't know if there is. We'll let them. Mr. Myers, can you just double check that you've done everything on your end? Because it says it's on. If not, I'm going to have IT come up real quick. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Looks like it's working. So he's just going to use your laptop in the
I think
publication?
We'll help them.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and get those marked.
Stick these with fence.
Did you want it just one or multiple, or just one?
You just want it as a composite exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure you can hear me, so.
I came to you, I appreciate it.
But just let me know if you're having trouble and I'll speak up.
Just A through K. Just two composite ones.
You know you have 2 pairs of glasses. You know you have another pair of glasses.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I have,
Okay. Investigator Martinez is outside? Okay, so we ready to bring in the jury?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we can bring the jurors in. Mr. Myers, there was one other thing I thought about last night on the jury instructions, because we aren't going to want the firearm and the ammunition to both go back. So we may on 3.13 identify specific exhibits that if they want to see, to let us know to come back into the courtroom.
Well, Judge, there's no live.
There isn't?
ammunition,
Okay,
And it has a lock on it, so
Okay.
if security's comfortable, I'm comfortable.
okay.
o'clock, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome back. I'll let the record reflect the jury's been seated. State's present, defendant is present with counsel. Looks like we've changed up the seating arrangements a little bit today, except for Ms. Rom, who needs to be on the end there. And so I wanted to just let you know, there's no assigned seats. You can sit wherever you'd like, though there's not really any empty seats. So make sure you're seated somewhere where you are able to see and hear everything. Well, thank you all for being on time. We've been just working on a few things, so we're ready to get started this morning. Is everyone feeling okay and able to sit for the case today? Has anything happened since we adjourned last night that has affected your ability to sit on the case and give your full attention to the case? Okay. Has everybody continued to follow the rule and you have not discussed the case with anyone? Did anybody see any news coverage, whether local news, national news, Pensacola News Journal, anything like that? See anything about the case? And I'm seeing everybody nodding that they have not. Okay. All right, so everybody's ready to proceed? Okay. Mr. Ackerman, the defense would like to call your first witness.
Thank you. Steve. Defense's first witness, Lionil Martinez.
Oh, yes. While Investigator Martinez is coming in, our court deputy's going to pass out your notepads. Should have your first name on that front page, and then we'll give you some pencils as well.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Mr. Martinez, you've previously been placed under oath. You remain under oath, sir, if you want to have a seat.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
And we're just giving the jurors a moment to get their notepads and pencils together. Okay, does everybody have their notepad and pencil and ready to go? Okay, Investigator Martinez, I will ask that you state your name again for the record and spell your first and last name for our court reporter.
Yes, ma'am. Lionil Martinez, Lionil Martinez.
Okay, you may inquire.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, sir.
Thanks for coming. You'll recall yesterday you testified regarding text messages that you were in possession of between Keith and Sheila Agee from the August 11th, 2023 date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we then discussed other texts that might be available, and you testified to the effect that, you were aware they were there, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I proceed?
You may.
Okay. This is a compilation of text, beginning very few, but I think July. Then there's a quick one. But this is from 2023, and they go in. Well, the state and I have already gone over these, and they have no objection to you reading these into the record.
Mr. Ackerman, let's just identify the exhibit. Is this Defense Composite Exhibit 1?
Yeah, what I've handed you is Defense's Composite Exhibit Number 1, sir. And please take your time and review it. And we're going to present them on the screen, so you'll have it on your screen. So if there's any questions you have while we're doing this, please bring it to our attention.
Your Honor, we have no objection to Mr. Ackerman's exhibit being admitted in evidence.
Okay, so at this time, you move defense
this time, I
composite
move
exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes,
It'll be so admitted, a state has no objection, and when he's ready, you have permission to publish the exhibit.
and we would like to
You may proceed. And Mr. Ackerman, for the court reporter, it looks like there's messages, one block or bubbles in green, one's in blue. Can we have Investigator Martinez identify who the message is sent from? So the record's clear?
Yes. The green is Sheila,
And the blue?
is Keith.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct.
You may proceed, sir.
Sheila, are you on your way? If so, I'll keep her. If not, I'm about to take her home. Keith, I'm coming up 48 now. Keith, about to be in Movico in Amen. Sheila, okay, we go into Lori's right quick. I'll meet you at the house. Marco is there. I'm getting her some fries. Keith, okay. Sheila, are you keeping her tonight? Keith, yes. Sheila, she's shit. You can come get her now so I can clean up. Keith, yeah, I'm coming. I just got out the shower. Sheila, okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing.
Yes, sir. Sir, we'll have to just get that information from the witness, okay? Jurors have not been permitted to ask questions, but I assume now that the attorneys know that's an issue that somebody will ask that question, okay, sir?
Can I speak, Joe?
If you would like to ask Investigator Martinez a question, you may.
On these text messages, they're on the bottom of each one of these, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Um, Maybe it'd be better if you also read the date.
Okay, sir. May I ask, what was my last message that I read, please?
I think we're on this one in green.
Okay. Sheila, July the 4th, 2013, at 12:20 PM.
What,
Oh, 23, sorry. Okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing. Keith, Casey coming? That's July 8th, 2023, at 3:59 PM. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, at 4:02 PM. No, because she's too frisky, wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking bottle. Sheila, she need a whipping. Keith, July 8th, 2023, at 4:05 PM. Don't worry, her daddy got her one, his T-shirts to give her. Keith, July 8th, 2023, at 4:05. Touch my baby, we're gonna put your ass in a old home. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 4:05, LOL. Sheila, there's no response, but it's July 8th, 2023. July 8th, 2023, Sheila, I just woke up, let me get up, and I'll call and see if they home. Keith, July 8th, 2023. Okay. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:23 p.m. 2 question marks. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:25 p.m. No answer. Marco going in my car right now. Got to wait till he gets back. July 8th, 2023 at 5:26. Keith, fuck it, then forget it. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:26 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:26 p.m. I can't make her answer the phone, but whatever. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27 p.m. But you let her hold my baby, and I barely get to see her. T.S. Cool though. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27. Make excuses and all for her. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:32 p.m. I let her hold your baby. How you figure I let her do anything? I'm not Brooklyn's mama, and I ain't made a excuse for her. Y'all are her parents. Y'all need to communicate with each other about your child. I'm not a hostage negotiator, and I can't, no, I'm not going to get her and take her home every time I have things I have to do. You can be mad or whatever, but y'all need to grow up. It's not about y'all, it's about Casey. I'm done. A lot for Casey before you decide to be daddy, and I'm done. It caused you were her daddy. You're my child, my baby, but you're her daddy. And don't know where all this disrespect from you is coming from, but regardless of what kind of mother you think I was, I'm still your mama. And I had enough of it. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:34 p.m. MF have MFs around my baby that talk about killing me, then text me, tell Casey, be safe, SB. Can only take so much, and that ain't nothing. I pose to be a mama gambling and street running and following behind a nigga ain't stuff to do. Keith, July 7th, or July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. Then you send MF money to smoke, and yes, you did. I literally told you that she was at Chuckle Cheese. I saw her myself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. There's nothing in that message. Keith, response, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35. Also, there's no response there. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. I send her money for Casey. How do you think she gets diapers, food, and clothes? But I'm grown, and I'm not trying to explain to another grown person nothing about his child. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. When you respect me, you will get respect. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:36 p.m. Her mama TF. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:37 p.m. You ain't got to respect me, that's fine. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:37 PM. Sorry asses, I blame you just as much as her, 'cause you let the shite go, but say something about what you have a problem with. Or if you want, Casey, you will do a lot to get her. So yeah, you do that shite for yourself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 PM. Just don't disrespect me, and I won't disrespect you, and we good. I can't act like you don't exist, and you can do the same. No harm, no foul. And yes, I do shit for myself. And yes, when I want her, I go and get her. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 PM. When she put that restraining order up, you picked your side. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 PM. I'm done with it, and have a nice day. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 PM. But swear we just need to grow up. It was never me, it was always her. But like I said, I promise it's good night. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 PM. You too. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 PM. Thank you. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 6:42 PM. Give me her number, I'ma call. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 6:43 PM, 251-22-5622. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, at 4:34 PM. Brooklyn said, what time you getting badass tomorrow? Her phone is off. Keith, July 28th, 2023, at 4:34 PM. She told me to call her mama number. We already talked. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, at 4:34 PM. Okay. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 PM. She called me back and asked me to ask you what time you were coming. Said you didn't tell her. Keith, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 PM, around 11. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 PM. Okay. Sheila, July 29th, 2023, at 10:58 a.m. On your way to get Casey, will you stop and get this phone? Keith, July 29th, 2023, 11:04 a.m. I'm already 15-20 from Citro. Brooklyn said she a ride back with me, and we a stop grab it. Sheila, July 30th, 2023, at 3:33 p.m. Tell Brooklyn I will pick her up at 7 in the morning to be ready because we can't be late. Keith, July 30th, 2023, at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 2:08 p.m. I tried to call Brooklyn. She ain't answered, and she ain't been texting me. I think she gave me some. Can you tell her, call me? Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 2:09 p.m. I just want to talk. I ain't mad. She just been dodging me since I dropped her off, and I want to know, is that the reason why? Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, 2:41 p.m. Okay, baby, she's in the car, and I'm closing out the store. I'll call you before I go to the car. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 2:41 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 3:37 p.m. Send me $11 on Cash App, RQ. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, at 3:40 p.m. Send me your Cash App. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:40 p.m. $FFG_CEO. Keith, August 3rd at 3:40 p.m. NVM, I got it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:41 p.m. Okay, I'm about to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:41, okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 4:01 p.m. You know what? It ain't even worth it if she do me like that. After I've been nice to her, it's cool. I'm not gonna hold no grudge. I just don't want to deal with her no more. I'll just text her mama when I go pick Casey up. That's just messed up though. Sheila, 8/3/2023, 4:14 p.m. She's trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:17 p.m. It ain't even worth it. Ain't this point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about some like, I just expect better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Thank you. At 4:18 p.m. Ain't even worth it. Ain't no point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about something like that. I just expected better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Like I said, I ain't mad. That shite just hurt me, but I'll get over it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, at 4:19 p.m. She said she hasn't got any calls from you, and I didn't even tell her to call you. I swear, when I walked out, she said, call Keith for me. I said, he's been trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 4:20 p.m., and there's an image attached. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 4:20 p.m. She hung it up. I thought she was still at work. It was 6:30 in the waving. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:21 p.m. evening. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 4:22 p.m. I was waiting on her to call me Monday. She said she would then, never did, so I waited because I wanted to ask her because I was burning a little. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 PM, another attachment. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 PM. That was the only thing she texted. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:55 PM. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they said I got symptoms from gonorrhea and LK or IK. I only mess with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:55 PM. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they say I got symptoms for gonorrhea and IK. I only messed with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 PM. Okay. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 PM. When your test comes back, I ain't saying nothing. I'm gonna let you tell her when you find out. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:58 PM. IDK, if I can honestly even speak to her, if it come back that I got some, I'm on a better path right now, trying to handle situations better, but I wouldn't even know how to handle that one. August 3rd, 2023, 5:37 PM, Sheila. You on a good path with a good job and a good future, a beautiful daughter, and the best Mimi in the world. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 PM. I forgot I got some stuff to handle this weekend. I'll pick her up next Friday, or you can. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 PM. Okay, okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023, at 6:46 PM. Somebody owe me $150 for having to leave work, and best believe I'ma get me by any means. RN, you can pass the word along or whatever. TS, don't make no sense. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:47 PM. I done played nice with that bitch to still talk shag to me and then say she mad at me, even though I'm mad. I still kept my cool and I didn't go there with her, but she still wanted to keep up, so that's all I'm saying. Sheila, August 4, 2023, 6:48 PM. Okay. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:51 PM. Make sure you tell her, because I'm tired of you getting on my AHS. Then treat her like she your child and don't do nothing wrong. You can at least do that. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:55 PM. I do still get done wrong when it's poised to be okay, but when I do wrong, it's all hell. August 4, 2023, 6:55 PM, Sheila. I'm gonna tell her, but I get on your ass because you're muy come, and I love you, and I don't want nothing to happen to you. I don't have to care about what she does. You will always be no baby, no matter what. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You don't treat me like it. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:56 p.m. Hell, you cut me off cuss me out and say fuck my feelings. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You care about other people. If I care for SB and they get done wrong, best believe the person that done went wrong getting fucked up or getting nothing from at all. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:58 p.m. I'm saying, Mama, it seemed like you put EVB before me at this point, and then you play cool with me as long as I don't say nothing or do some, but SB, that do some to me, that shy ain't fair. August 4th, 2023, 7 p.m. Keith, you don't say nothing to her, then give her money, hell, and a ride to work. I really wish to switch roles if possible, because she reap all the benefits with no repercussions. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:14 p.m. Yes, I do. But you want to try to buck me and me grown. You will never be grown to me as long as you live. You was really the only child I had that I kept with me. No matter what I done, you was by my side. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:17 p.m. Then why you ain't with me now? I stuck with you through it all. It was poised to be us against the world, and you changed that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. You do more for Brooklyn or won your BFS than me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. Keith, I like Brooklyn, but I love you. I can think about something you like Val as a person, but you love Kaya. If Val goes off and gets drunk and ducks, then meet, you know it's wrong. But you can still laugh and talk with Val because you like her, but don't love her. Let Kai do it and see what you do. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:20 p.m. You a damn lie. I give you anything, MF thing you ask me for and always have. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:21 p.m. That I could. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if YK, she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hell was playing with you at Popo house. I was fitting kill. I was literally backing the car up out the window to shoot him. Only thing save him was you, 'cause you TOL me not to. If I can go so hard to that extent, we can't. You at least not FW with FW the MFS. I don't, out of respect. Sheila, August 4, 2023, 7:23 p.m. I don't know, she gave you nothing. You told me yesterday you was at the doctor getting tested, and I hadn't talked to you since then. Keith, August 4, 2023, 7:24 p.m. Mama, I ain't never in my life on Casey, my soul, and the good Lord above had none. It scared TS out of me when I saw yellow stuff coming out me. Sheila, August 4, 2023, 7:24 p.m. And as far as give her a ride, I have to. That's my job. She's not the only person I give a ride to. I pick up 5 people every week. Sheila, August 4, 2023, 7:24 p.m. What did DR say? Keith, August 4, 2023, 7:24 p.m. I had to literally call Emmanuel because I couldn't talk to NBLs that don't make no sense. Keith, August 4, 2023, at 7:25 p.m. They hoping it come back a UTI, but it's looking like gonorrhea. Keith, August 4, 2023, 7:25 p.m., 2 images. Keith, August 4, 2023 p.m. Keith, August 4, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. They prescribed me antibiotics and gave me a shot in the butt and said if it is that, then it will handle it. And I tell you to come back if it's something else. Sheila, August 4, 2023 at 7:28 p.m. I'm not trying to take up for her baby, but symptoms of gonorrhea don't show up that fast, baby. It's got to be a UTI unless it's bullhead clap and your dick will swell up really big. Keith, August 4, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They said 3 things. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They tested 4. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:29 p.m. Give me 1 min. My boss just called. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I hope it come back a UTI. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I really do, 'cause I ain't never had none, and I ain't trying to start nigh. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:31 p.m. LOL, I think it is a UTI, but we will see. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:32 p.m. I'm praying it is. Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 2:59 a.m. It's a UTI, baby, an attachment. Keith, August 5th, 2023 at 5:52 a.m. Okay, I'm thinking that 'cause it's only been 2 days and it ain't nothing going on. You can tell Brooklyn I'm sorry like I tried to tell you and her. I didn't want to believe it was her. I just know I ain't messed with nobody. I felt she still didn't have to act that way with me. If I kept my cool with her and asked her, can she keep it to a calm level? Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 6:31 p.m. a.m. You are right, that's only fair. Keith, August 6th, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her up. If they're going to do a lot, then I try to get her and drop her off. Keith, August 6, 2023, 7:16 p.m. I had to blow they phone up just to get into contact, and they see me calling, they just decline it. Sheila, August 6, 2023, at 9:10 p.m. I'll talk to Brooklyn about that. That's bullshit. Keith, August the 6th, 2023, at 9:13 p.m. Please, because I had to get Kai to call and they still wouldn't answer. Then wanted to look mad when I dropped her off. I'm cool that she mad, but we still need to do better for Casey. Sheila, August the 6th, 2023, at 9:15 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 6:07 p.m. WYD. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, at 7:26 p.m. Heading to the house. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, at 8 p.m. Text Brooklyn and tell her unblock me. I want to talk to her. I want to just ask her, can we put that past us, and I'll apologize or some, because I don't want to mess up trying to see Casey more and stuff. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, at 8:01 p.m. I realize it's stupid compared to how it was going, spending time with Casey, and I ain't trying to mess it up. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, at 8:04 p.m. Okay, I'll try to call her. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, at 8:04 p.m. Okay. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. I called, she didn't answer, so I texted her and told her to call me. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 9th, 7:52 a.m. She ain't never text you back, question mark. Sheila, August the 9th, 2023, at 8:08 a.m. No, I'll text her again in a minute. Keith, August the 9th, 2023, 8:08 a.m. Okay. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:36 a.m. It's an image. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:37 a.m. She gave me gonorrhea.
I think that's where we stop. Going over the others.
You're done with your questions for Investigator Martinez? Okay. Nothing. Okay. Is he free to go now? Would you like him to remain available?
Judge, we may need him on rebuttal, so
Okay, just remain available by phone, and
Yes,
again, don't discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. I wanted to make sure the jurors remember, yesterday I instructed that anything that's submitted as an exhibit, you will get to take back with you. So the only time, when it's published, that's not the only time you'll see the exhibit. I just want to make sure you remembered that. Everybody still doing okay? Ready to continue? Okay, Mr. Ackerman, call your next witness.
Keith Agee.
Okay. And while they were getting him, if I could just see counsel briefly at the bench. So if you could raise your right hand the best you can for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Mr. Agee. And if you will, just make sure you speak into the microphone. If you'll state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Agee, Agee.
Main clerk.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You know, you just stated your name. We know where you are.
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of murder.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir. You came and talked to me, Mr. Myers, Ms. Jensen. All of y'all came and talked to me. I'm here for my testimony.
Okay. Because you've known your mother all your life, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance in your trial to view the context of the text between you and your mother on August the 11th.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had a chance to think about things.
Of course, yes, sir.
In the context of those texts, and any time in your life, has your mother ever said anything to you, motivated you, enticed you, wanted you, manipulated you to, or anything else to take Brooklyn Sims' life?
No, sir. I fully believe with 100% that my mother loved Brooklyn, and she would never want that.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Would your mother ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn?
Sustained.
Did you ever think for 1 minute that your mother wanted you to hurt Brooklyn?
No, sir. Not in a million years.
Is there anything your mother could have done to convince you not to do what you wanted to do when it comes down to, well, just that?
No, sir. I have my own mind, and once I have something set on my mind, I'm kind of stuck to it. So the only thing that, the way that day played out was the only way that day could have played out. She could have not stopped me. No physical words, form, any type of way she could have prevented this. She did the best of her abilities. I feel that she did, as a mother, knowing me, tried to deter me and stop me.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay. The state may have some cross-exam, sir.
Mr. Agee, we've met several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were convicted of first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you're a convicted felon now.
Yes, sir.
I prosecuted you as well as Miss Jensen, correct?
Yes, sir.
That day of the homicide, when you came to Pensacola to kill Brooklyn, you didn't know where she was until your mother told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. You can step down, sir. Mr. Ackerman, your next witness?
Central Court, Thelma Rivers.
Okay, Thelma Rivers. Ma'am, before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'll have a seat, Ms. Rivers, just make sure you speak up into the microphone so we can hear you, and if you will state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Thelma Arizona Rivers, Rivers.
Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
How old are you, ma'am? What's your date of birth?
October 14th, 1946. I'll be 79 this October.
Okay. And where do you live?
Fairfield, Alabama,
Okay. How long you lived there, ma'am?
my whole life.
Okay. And the dwelling you live in now is where you lived for how long?
I've been there about 38 years.
Okay. I guess generally, what is your relationship to Sheila's children? And let's start with first child?
Wallace,
Yeah.
I'm his grandmother.
Okay. See him every day, casually?
Just casually, Wallace. He lives
Okay.
in Mobile.
Okay. And he's 35 years old?
Be 35 in August.
Okay. And then your next child?
Jack Daniel,
Yes. And relationship to him?
he's my grandson.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives behind me in a trailer,
Okay. Same property?
same property.
Okay. And basically, just a brief history, did you raise him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sheila raise him?
She was in his life, his whole life, you know.
Okay. And when was he born? How old is he?
Jack was November the 22nd, 1992, so he'll be 33, right?
Okay.
33 is his birthday.
And
Next,
next will be Keith, but
Keith.
let's get back to him in a minute. We've got another child.
Keith Agee and Kaya Cheyenne Agee, a girl.
Okay. And how old is she?
She's 16,
Okay. That's Sheila's youngest.
that's her youngest.
And she lived with you.
She lived with me up until this happened, and her daddy come got her. He
Okay.
brought the law and come got her away from me. But she stayed with me 15 years.
Relationship with her and her mother?
It was good.
Okay. Relationship Jack and his mother?
Oh, great.
Relationship Keith and his mother?
Off and on. they loved each other, but they had their ups and downs now.
Okay. And as far as Keith, living arrangement, did he live with you?
Yes, sir, most of the time.
Okay. And where else would he be, especially in his later years?
In his earlier years,
Well, especially his earlier years, he lived with you.
yeah, until he got about 12 or 14, he moved in with his dad and stayed there about 2 years. But Sheila and his dad were separated, and he stayed there about 2 years, and then when he come back to live with me, he was a little bit out of control, and I would have to call Jake. Jake was in the service, that's his other brother. I'd have to call him sometimes and let him chastise him, you know.
Well, would you chastise him yourself?
Oh, yeah, I would, yeah.
What would happen? How would that
Well,
work?
he might would leave and stay gone 3 or 4 days, and then he'd come back and tell me he was sorry, and everything be all
Okay.
right till something happened again,
He'd tell you he's sorry a lot of time?
a lot of times.
What kind of general personality did he have?
Keith was a well-spoken, well-mannered kid, you know, but he was quick-tempered, and he would get angry real easy. And when he got angry, he was hard to handle. That was him and his mom's a lot of problem. It was his anger. And he was just hard to handle when he'd get angry.
Would he threaten people?
Well, he would in a matter of ways, you know. He wasn't violent, but he's the type, if he got angry, I guess he could be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. He just, I don't know, he just had a...
Did you ever hear him threaten to kill people?
Yeah, he'd say that all the time, and you didn't never know when he was serious or not. Him and his little friends would talk about just put his lights out or something other, you know, I'm sorry. And I would hear him talking, but I hardly paid him any attention half the time. They was just young boys to me, you know.
He threatened to kick people's doors down, windows in, or whatever?
Well, he did all that, not only threatened, he done that.
Sure, but just make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What was Sheila's relationship to Brooklyn?
Oh, like mother and daughter. Sheila took care of Brooklyn after she got pregnant. And then Sheila took care of Brooklyn and the baby after the baby come home. Because little Keith never did live with Brooklyn now. It wasn't like he stayed with her, he didn't. I kept the baby every weekend. Sheila would go get the baby and bring her to me, and I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday. She had just went home that last Sunday. She ain't been back since. Well, her mother come, Brooklyn's mother come a time or two after money, and after I gave her $1,200, and after I didn't give her no more money, she didn't come back. She promised to let me see the baby, but she didn't.
Sustain.
Slow
So
down.
I'm sorry,
Ms.
ma'am.
Rivers,
Okay.
just take a deep breath. So wait until he finishes asking a question before you answer, so you're not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Sheila would pick up the baby every weekend, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Be with the baby every weekend,
Yes, sir.
with you at the house?
At my house, yes, sir.
And at her house sometimes also?
Yes, sir, her house too.
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, the schedule was, just about every weekend, Sheila and you had Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sheila's relationship with everybody else in that family was what?
I thought it was real good, you know,
That's-
her,
that's good.
you know,
Yeah,
good.
okay. You remember any of the things that Sheila did for Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Yes, sir. She gave Brooklyn money each week, and when she didn't, if she didn't have it, I would give it to her to give to her, so I know she gave it to her. She sent Brooklyn to school, and when Brooklyn got 18, she gave Brooklyn a job. She went and picked Brooklyn up every week and carried her to work, brought her home every
Let me
weekend.
stop you for a second. My understanding is that Brooklyn basically her last job was working under Sheila.
Yes,
With
sir.
this company that does, okay. Before that, did Brooklyn have jobs?
She had a little job out there in Citronelle because Sheila would pick her up at night and have to carry her sometimes and pick her up from a job. She didn't have no car.
Okay. And that was your daughter Sheila who was doing all that?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever hear Sheila say one negative, nasty word about Brooklyn?
No, sir.
I'm not,
Okay. Let me just have counsel approach first. Ms. Rivers, and just instruct the jury to disregard her response to that last question. You may continue, Mr. Ackerman.
did you ever see, while you were involved, how often, again, and I know the jury's heard this, how often were you and Sheila and Brooklyn together?
I wasn't really never with them. Sheila and Brooklyn was together all the time, but I wasn't with them.
Okay. So mostly it's you and Sheila and Casey.
Right, on the weekend, Brooklyn didn't come up, just the baby.
Okay. And how did you find out about Brooklyn's death?
Sheila called and told me.
Sustained, you may.
I have no further questions, John.
The state may have some questions, Ms. Rivers, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
I think we talked over Zoom the last time you and I talked. Do you remember that?
On the phone?
On the phone? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions. In that, you told me you hadn't seen Brooklyn in maybe 3 years, except for the weekend before she was killed. Is that right?
Well, it would have been 2 weekends before she was killed now.
Okay, but 3 years before that?
Probably.
And you knew Keith had a gun, did you not?
Objection, Your Honor, it's beyond the scope.
Sustained.
You raised Keith from the time he was a baby, correct?
On and off.
Yes, ma'am. And you raised all her children?
on and off.
In fact, Jack still lives on your property, correct?
Yeah, she do too, though.
Just answer his question, ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Have you been watching court TV yesterday?
I don't know how to get that.
You haven't been watching the trial?
Uh-uh.
Did Brooklyn ever stay at your house besides 2 weeks before?
If she did, I don't remember.
And you said Keith had a temper. Is that what you said, quick temper?
Quick tempered, yeah.
And he would anger easy? Was that well known through the family?
She didn't get a chance to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Quick to anger?
Yeah, he was quick to anger. Mhm.
And you said he threatened people, but he wasn't violent.
He really wouldn't walk up to nobody and just threaten them, you know what I'm saying? He would just talk all the time. If you've got teenagers, you probably know what I'm talking about, how they just go on and on all the time. But you're a lot younger than me, so it don't probably approach you like it do me. Me, 79 years old, 16s, 17s, and 18s, I ain't got that much in common with, you know?
Defense counsel asked about breaking windows and kicking doors in, and you said he did all that?
Well, Miss Sims, Brooklyn's mother, he broke her window, her TV or something. He couldn't even go to Brooklyn's house. Had a restraining order to keep him from going there. He had a restraining order to keep him from going to his dad's and his stepmama's, because he said he was going to kill them, so they said. And they put a restraining order in Mobile. You can check the records now for this if you want to. Citronelle Records, Mobile Courthouse. It's on record there. And he threatened them, and his stepmama, which she put a restraining order on him. But I never thought he would really kill nobody. Now, I didn't think that.
Now, what about the shooting when he was 14?
I'm sorry.
The shooting when he was 14?
When he was a juvenile,
Yes, ma'am.
that's a juvenile. That's he had records, ain't it?
Ma'am?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said, ain't that a record and him a juvenile that's supposed to be brought out here?
Well, I'm just asking,
I don't see the relevance.
I don't see the relevance.
Ma'am, let me rule,
Okay.
okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
yes, ma'am, about, he had a firearm and there was a shooting, right?
Yes,
When he was a juvenile.
yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you redirect, Mr. Ackerman?
You started to say that he was threatening, he bellicose, whatever the words are, threatened people, but that he wouldn't follow through.
Right.
And that you never dreamed in a million years.
No. I never thought he would hurt a fly in my mind. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you. I'm sorry for
Oh,
over-talking.
No, ma'am, you're fine. Mr. Ackerman, your next witness?
Jack Schaefer.
Everybody still doing okay on the jury? We'll probably do this last witness, and we'll take our morning break, okay? So if you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, full truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, Mr. Schaefer. keep that loud voice up, and if you would state your first and last name and spell your last name for our court reporter.
Jack Schaefer, Schaffer.
You may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We have your name. What's your date of birth, Jack?
November 22nd, 1992,
How old?
32.
And you married?
Yes,
How long?
sir. Coming up on 3 years now?
Okay. Child?
Yes, sir.
How many?
1.
Okay. Residence?
1012 Fairford Road.
And where is that?
That is right behind Thelma's house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that on Thelma's property?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Family property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your relationship to Thelma?
She's my grandmother.
Okay. And to Sheila?
She's my mother.
And while you were growing up, where did you live for the most part?
I live with Thelma.
Okay. And do you know the history of that, how that?
From the way it was explained to me, this is way back before I could remember, but when my parents separated, I lived with my grandmother
Okay.
after they're split. And when I got older and was asked where I wanted to live, I chose to live with my grandmother.
Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have contact with your mother during that growing up stage?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you grew up, you went to, is that Citronelle?
I went to Chatham, actually. I went to Chatham High School.
Okay.
Yes,
but Is that in Citronelle where you grew?
No, sir.
Whatever area, it's close by?
Right, it is,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Went to high school,
Yes, sir.
got out of high school and did what?
I went to the Army.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in the Army?
I was,
Sustained.
May we approach, Judge?
You may. based on the questioning and the inquiry you just did to testify as an expert, so I'm going to prohibit him from giving that kind of testimony. You know,
I am going to ask him so we avoid how he was treated as a child and how he was disciplined.
Again, how is that relevant?
The jury has to observe and make decisions based on their observations of the text that we've seen, her testimony, and the idea is, this is not extraordinary, this is the way we were disciplined. I mean, I think that's perfectly admissible, Judge.
Okay. I disagree, Mr. Ackerman, and that line of questioning is not going to be permitted.
Well, then maybe we should go ahead and get that done right now, too.
That's fine.
You testified earlier that you were raised by grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
And were you raised by, as far as raised by, disciplined by, spoken to, loved, etc., by your mother and your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have everyday contact with your mother to the extent that her dealing with you was on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. I saw my mother pretty well every day, if not every other day, yeah.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your youth, do things that needed discipline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who would do the disciplining?
It would depend. If my mom was there, she'd do it. If she wasn't, my grandma would do it.
Okay. Did mother strike you physically?
Nothing beyond a spanking.
Okay. So how did mother discipline you?
Typically, crime fits the punishment, I would say. So, or punishment fits the crime. So if it was something small, I may get a talking to. If it's something big, I might get a spanking. So,
Okay. But now, as far as her telling you, don't do this, whatever, how would she do that? What was the form she used?
well, for us, it was always less formal, I guess you'd say. An example I like to always bring up, and my mom would bring it up to me as well, to tell in front of friends, was one time when I said I was going to run away from home. You know, she'd be like, "Okay, well, make sure you go out the door. Stop trying to climb out of my window." You know, things like that. You know, she was real smart with her attitude, and had a certain way to speak to you to make you realize what you're doing is stupid.
Okay. And did you see that in the videos, that, in the text that you had a chance to observe?
Yes, sir.
That was the August 11th video.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any of the other videos, texts of the videos?
I saw what was put out by the media and whatever, and I seen what was read at the last court case in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions. State has no questions.
Okay. His testimony, I don't believe, has any correlation to the text messages that have been admitted into evidence. I don't think his testimony is relevant. It's not analogous, in my opinion, at all to testimony that civilian witnesses may give in a DUI case where they're testifying about observations to bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, somebody being unsteady on their feet. Those are physical observations that they testify to on occasion in DUI cases. And I don't think there's a similarity in this testimony as it is often in DUI prosecution. So, again, do not find it's relevant or admissible, so I'm not going to allow that line of questioning in front of the jury, but it's proffered for the record.
Okay. And that includes his personal discipline?
Yes, sir, I don't think that's relevant in any way. Those text messages don't address discipline at all. So,
All right. I guess we're ready for the break.
I think it'd be a good time to go ahead and give court staff and counsel a break, and then when we come back, are you going to have any further questions at all for him?
I have to look it over, Judge. and see.
Okay. Well, before we bring the jury back, I'll probably go ahead and do an inquiry of Ms. Agee, as you indicated earlier that she intends to
Yes.
testify, so I'll
Yeah.
do that before we bring the jury back, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
But let's go ahead and take a break for all court staff to about 10:45.
I guess I'm good to, okay.
That's just how you do it, like that.
Like this, you think that's good enough?
Yeah. No. Yeah, you can either go. It's
Not
a-
necessarily how you think that would be done. You can try to receive it.
That's fine how it is, yeah.
Yeah, 10-4, they're done with him. They're knocking. They're done with Keith Agee. You can send them back. Yeah. My favorite part is
Oh my gosh. That poor guy.
I was reading camera.
it's funny because, you know, they're question. It's right, it's on.
And he's trying to read out the idea.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I'm tired.
Well, you know what it means.
You good? We're on break to what, 10:50?
She told him they could.
Yeah, Ted Ferguson told us.
She will say, go for it.
Will you call?
All right, I'll go with her.
I'll say a prayer.
You're, In certain parts, I guess I should say.
When are we supposed to be back?
10:45. Thereabouts.
I want to use yesterday. Sorry about that. She'll play tape, ask her each one of the texts. We'll show Chris how to flip these.
The ones from today or yesterday? All of them.
Basically yesterday. Thank you, Russell.
Are you done with that?
I'm sorry?
Are you done with that?
Just a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
You got it. Hey, no, I didn't see that. Huh? You need my help, you got it. Thank you. I'm trained, so I took a picture of it. I checked it out last week, so. That's why they keep you around.
No, we're not gonna, this will be easier. I'm thinking you should do this from here. Yeah. You were thinking, yes. Yeah, you can step back up and sit. Okay. Yeah, go around, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. I'll take it. Yeah, it's just good seeing. Must you bring it up. Not ready yet.
I thought I waited on that one. I asked him, she's like, why are you just standing all this is later? I thought you left me.
Calvert. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Mhm. So, you heard of Mobile? About 30 minutes from Mobile. If that. North. Yes, ma'am. Real small town. Where are you from? Okay. Okay. We're about 30 minutes north of Mobile, not far. Real close. Real small town. There's nothing there but a steel mill.
Okay.
That's it.
That's where you're from?
And me as well.
That's where you cast?
Yes, ma'am. That's the, and I live, so I have to be at work at 6 o'clock. I leave the house at 5:45. I mean, it's that close.
And my grandkids, they work on roads construction.
Right.
5 minutes, it's 5 minutes from the house.
It's convenient. See, I'm home before everybody else. I sleep later than everybody
I
else.
used to go home for lunch too, I changed the clothes.
Right. Right. I thought about doing that myself. I've definitely gone home for lunch a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, when I worked down here, I lived plenty of people walks from here, 5 or 6 years.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's super nice. Especially down here where it's more pretty.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Remain seated, come to order.
Okay, back on the record, State of Florida versus Sheila Agee. State's present defendant is also present with counsel. We finished the proffer of Mr. Schaefer, so when the jury comes in, if you have any further questions, you'll proceed with those, and then if the state has any cross.
I'm sorry, Judge. Yeah.
So we'll finish any questioning you may have of this witness. State can do their cross. But while the jury's out, I'm going to go ahead and inquire with Ms. Agee about whether she wishes to testify, unless there's any objection to doing that now.
Not from the state.
All right, Ms. Agee, I don't think I've placed you under oath today, and you can stay seated, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Okay, I'm just going to ask you some questions about whether or not you wish to testify. You understand that you have an absolute right to remain silent in a criminal case, and you understand that it is entirely the state's burden to prove the charge against you, and you're not required to prove anything. You understand it is your decision alone whether or not you will testify, although you may consult with your attorney and take the advice of your attorney. Have you spoken to your attorney about this decision? Are you satisfied with the amount of time you've had to discuss it with him? Are you satisfied with his advice? Okay. And do you wish to continue to invoke your right to remain silent and not testify, or do you wish to waive your right to remain silent and testify today?
Waive my right and testify.
And testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has anybody forced or threatened you in any way to make this decision?
No, ma'am.
I think we discussed yesterday, there's no impeachable convictions. And you understand that just as Mr. Ackerman has cross-examined the state's witnesses, the state attorney, assistant state attorney will have an opportunity to cross-examine you if you choose to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any questions
No, ma'am.
about this decision?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do find that the defendant has freely, knowingly, and voluntarily waived her right to remain silent. She's consulted with her attorney. She has considered his advice, and she has made this decision on her own and has decided to testify in her own defense. Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back, Ms. Jensen? Mr. Ackerman? Okay, do we have the jury back?
We do.
Okay, so what I hope we can do is, once we finish with Ms. Agee's testimony, I think that's your last witness, correct?
Yes.
Then we can, depending on if the state's going to call any rebuttal witnesses, then we can talk about the jury instructions, and then be getting close to lunch. Everybody have lunch break, and then we can go into closings after lunch.
That would be great.
Okay? We can bring the jurors back. Sure. I think we may still have jurors finishing up in the restroom, so it may still be another minute. Okay. Please be seated. Everybody's continued to abide by the rule during our recess this morning, correct? Okay. And we will proceed. Mr. Ackerman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of more questions, Shannon. You, understanding as you live, excuse me, let me
That's okay.
adjust my testimony is in fact so that you live behind Grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you be a frequent visitor at her house?
Every day.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see your mother there with Casey?
Yes, sir. Every weekend. My grandmother,
Yep.
my mom would keep her every weekend. She'd come up to my grandmother's house, and, I'd always see them together. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to see them interact?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It was like any loving grandmother-grandchild relationship,
Okay. And that's your mother. What about your grandmother?
She loved her the same.
Okay. Are you aware of things your mother did for Brooklyn as far as their relationship?
Yes, sir. From what I know, my mom and Brooklyn were very close. She helped her get jobs. She picked her up, take her to work, pick her up, take her home. She really cared about Brooklyn. They were very close, talk on the phone,
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Myers may have some questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schaefer,
Yes, sir.
isn't it true you've never seen Brooklyn and your mom interact?
I haven't seen them interact in person maybe once or twice.
Thank you.
Okay. You can step down, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next witness, Mr. Ackerman.
That's called Sheila Agee.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, have a seat, Ms. Agee. If you would, do your best to speak loudly and clearly into the microphone and state your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sheila Agee, A-G-E-E.
Sheila Agee, would you ever do anything to hurt, harm, or see harm come to Brooklyn Sims?
No, sir.
What was your relationship with Brooklyn Sims?
Brooklyn was my baby.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
She was, I think she was 15 when I first met her.
Son brought her home one day, something like that? Okay.
Yeah,
They started seeing each other?
yes, sir.
Okay. Take it from there.
For the first couple of times I met Brooke, I asked Keith, about the third time I met her, I said, can she talk? Because she was real quiet. And I remember when they come to the house and told me Brooke was pregnant, then
Okay, I'm going to sustain that, and you just need to ask her a question and give her an opportunity to respond.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you met Brooklyn. She was quiet. Did Keith bring her by the house again?
Yes, he brought her by, and and told me she was pregnant, and then they would come stay at the house on the weekends sometimes, and then they moved in with Brooklyn's mom.
Okay. Okay, keep going with the history of their relationship.
Okay, and then when Casey was born, I think that maybe he stayed there a month or so,
later. Then they broke up. I don't exactly know why they broke up. But when they broke up, all of a sudden, she wasn't his. So, sorry to say he was being a deadbeat dad. But he claimed she wasn't his, but I knew she was.
Okay.
So, at that point, me and Keith stopped talking because he would deny Casey. And at that time, me and Brooklyn became closer. I would go to her mom's and TT's house. Well, it's her mom's house. I just say TT, Brooklyn's sister. And pick up Casey on the weekends and talk with Aiden. And I became friends with the family.
Okay, let's slow down.
Okay.
Take a breath.
I became friends with the
Take-
family.
Take a breath.
And, you know, we planned Casey's first birthday party together.
Okay, let me stop you.
Okay,
Okay, let's back up.
okay.
Okay, they started dating. Brooklyn became pregnant.
Mhm.
Okay. Did they remain together during the whole course of her pregnancy?
During the course of her pregnancy, yes, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then she's pregnant, then she has the child.
Yes,
Are they still together?
for a little period. And
Okay.
then I don't know why they broke up.
Well, does there come a time when he thinks he's not the father?
Yes, at that point in time, it's for, I would say, probably a year or a little over a year, that he would do stuff like, if I took Casey to my mom's for my mom to watch her for an hour or so, he would do something like take her diaper bag because he claimed he bought the diaper bag. And, or take, I remember he took her, it's a carrier cover, that goes over the baby carrier, that little cover seat. And it was so embarrassing that I had to go to Walmart and buy one before I took her back home.
Okay. Would you and Keith have discussions during the course of this period of time regarding his maturity and accepting responsibility for his child?
No, not really, because of the fact that he said I took Brooklyn's side and that I was a piece of shit to him. And that as long as I would pick, but as long as I would pick that fucking baby over him, that he didn't have anything for me. So,
Okay, let me stop you. Okay. So, and I know this, so the baby comes, he basically goes, he's not thinking the baby is his, okay? So, does eventually he sort of come around a little bit, and why?
I don't know exactly why, but eventually he has a blood test, a DNA test, and it's determined, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, at that point in time, Casey was maybe 16 or 17 months old.
Okay, so during that period of time, who substituted as the father from your side of the family?
Oh, me,
Okay.
from my side of the family.
Okay. And would you buy diapers? Would you buy things
Yeah.
like that?
Yes.
Okay. We heard testimony earlier that you put her through school. What does that mean?
I mean, to say I literally put Brooklyn through school, that's not accurate. Brooklyn decided to remain in school.
Okay. You kept her in school when she wanted to drop out, is that?
But no, we had a discussion, and I told her that do not drop out of school between me, her mama, and TT, that we would find a way that, that she wouldn't have to, because she really didn't want to drop out of school.
Okay. Did your relationship, did your feelings towards her grow as the days and months went by?
Of course, my feelings towards her grew, my feelings towards her family grew. I mean, I was there every weekend.
Okay.
Her mom's a great person.
Okay. So you and she became very close?
Yes.
Okay. We watched today, we watched the text from, one from July 8th, a bunch from July 8th, July 28th, and then we went, okay. Did those texts accurately describe your relationship with Keith when taken as a whole? I mean, that typical?
You had to catch Keith on a certain day.
I'm sorry?
You'd have to catch Keith on a certain day. His mood depended on the day. If he was in a bad mood, that day, it was what it was. If he got a thought in his head that day, it was what it was. If he was in a loving mood that day, it was what it was. And you had to pick and choose to figure out what day that day was.
How to react?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit. Where do you live?
I live at 4370 Fairford Road, just about a few miles from my mom.
Okay. How long you live there?
It's a property that my mom bought, and I moved there some years back, and we had to remodel, so I moved in with my mom. So altogether, 7, 8 years,
Okay.
maybe?
Okay. And close enough that you frequently visited Mom?
Oh, every day.
Every day? Especially weekends?
Yeah, if I was at home, yes.
Okay. Talk about this right now. Your mom basically raised Keith.
Yes.
Were you an active participant in that?
Yes, I was there,
Okay.
probably not as much as I should have been, but yes, I was there
Okay.
all the time.
And let's go back to Jack. Jack's a Schaefer.
Yes, he had a different father.
You and Mr. Schaefer married, had Jack.
Yes.
And then what happened there?
We
Just divorced?
just divorced, just young,
Okay.
young.
Okay. And where did Jack go?
He went to my mom's. He
Okay.
stayed with my mom.
Okay. And then there came a time when you got all things squared away in life, and you just, were you close all that time? I mean, you're
Yes,
right there.
yes.
Were you there to help raise Jack?
Yes, I was going to, I got an apartment, and got Jack and Wallace, and I took them there. And the weekend was fine, and then Sunday, I remember it was Sunday, he looked at me, he said, "Mom," I said, "What?" He said, "I'm ready to go home." And I was like, "What you mean you're ready to go home?" He was like, "I'm ready to go back to Nanny's."
This was how old?
He was 5 or 6,
Okay.
and so I called my mom, I said, "They want to come home."
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
Judge is not offered to the truth of the
I
matter.
made my ruling, Mr. Ackerman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I made my ruling.
Okay.
I
And-
sustained the objection.
Okay, thank you. So he ended up, you decided to let him go home?
Yeah, he wanted to go back,
Home to
so I
mom.
let him go back.
Okay. You continue to see him constantly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Wallace is already,
Yes.
he's really not in the picture these days?
Well,
See
he-
him holiday?
Yeah, we see him, he stays in Mobile, and he comes up on holidays and things.
Okay. The videos we watched, I keep saying videos, excuse me, texts we watched, basically, they're from July to August,
Yes, sir.
a month, 2 months. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We see conversations between you and Keith that go on back and forth, forever, it seems. Is that typical when he's in a certain mood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your key? What are you trying to do when you talk to him? Or when you text with him in these cases?
Like I say, you have you have to hit a certain button with Keith. So you have to try different tactics with Keith. You have to agree with him or disagree with him, threaten him, beg him, and just kind of see maybe what'll work.
Okay. Keith said a lot of things, negative and positive, about Brooklyn in that second set of texts we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever know which way he was going to go?
No, because it changed by the day.
Okay. I mean, we heard him say, apologize for it to me, and this was after he came back positive.
Yes.
And then he's hating her and this, that, and the other, and saying all the things that everybody's heard, and they'll have a chance to go over that if they care to. Okay. This typical?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back to August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Did you take what he said literally?
No, sir.
He said he was coming.
Yes, sir.
Did you think he was coming?
No, sir. Keith has said a lot of things that he did not follow. He was the type of person that if he told you he was going to do it, typically he didn't do it. But if he would do something, he would sneak and do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. In these months before August, what was his relationship to Casey? Getting better, getting worse?
It was definitely getting better on his terms. You understand what I'm saying?
On his terms?
Yes. As long as it was on his terms. If he called there and Brooklyn didn't answer, or he couldn't get Miss Sims to answer, they were sorry low-down bitches and this and that and the other. But if they answered, well, Brooklyn's gonna ride with me and I'm gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But as long as it kind of played his way, it wasn't no problems. But if it didn't, there was a problem. And if I didn't jump on the bandwagon, I loved her. I didn't love him. I always put her before him, in which Brooklyn never asked me to put her before him. Brooklyn never got into our relationship.
But you were cognizant of his, I don't know if jealousy is the word, but
Yeah.
of his being put out by you always taking her side.
Yes. And I didn't always take her side because it wasn't a side because she didn't do nothing wrong.
Were you cognizant of this during your text between you and him?
I'm sorry. I
Were
don't.
you cognizant, were you aware of his, whatever that word is, irritation from it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew, I mean, it's even in the text that he's like, you always take her side.
When you dealt with him, like we're seeing and hearing on these texts, were you taking that into consideration, into account?
Yes, and probably not as much as I should have, and that's why I would steer everything away from, every time he would text me something, I would try to steer it away from Brooklyn, and I'd say, well, you're doing this to Casey, you're doing this to Casey, because I kept trying to keep Brooklyn's name out of it, and then when I didn't feel that was working, that's when I kind of tried to steer it towards me.
Okay, we're gonna get there, so hold that thought. I have my notes here. Was Keith an easy child as a young kid?
Up until he was about 13, 14, it was
Okay.
extremely easy.
We've talked about Keith's history a little bit. You were you there all the time he was growing up, except not as maybe Thelma was, but almost.
Well, he stayed with his dad some, you know,
Okay.
but
Yeah, tell the jury a little bit about that.
when me and his dad split, he kind of figured, I had called his dad a couple of times and asked him to talk to Keith about certain things, like maybe he was misbehaved or something. And his dad would tell me that he was going to, and that I would think that he did. But then Keith would tell me, Daddy said, you're fucking crazy. Not, you know, that, and I was like, okay, really? And he would kind of try to play us against, me and his dad, against each other. And so I guess he felt like he couldn't stay and do what he wanted to with me or my mom, so he went and stayed with his dad for a little while. I'm sorry.
So you're back in early August, you're hearing back and forth from both of them regarding her UTI, her infection, or gonorrhea. You reach a point where you tell them, look, stop it, you guys got to grow up.
Okay, when he started the gonorrhea thing, and there's more texts, I guess, that didn't get to come out, because we got texts from 1 to 2 days. This with Keith goes back years. But whenever he texts me about the gonorrhea thing, I text Brooklyn. Brooklyn went to the doctor. And I mean, they don't show that, but she did.
Mm-hmm.
And it come back as a vaginal bacteria. She did not have gonorrhea. Even, I mean, I'm not gonna lie on my baby, she did not have that. And I text that to him. And he's like, oh, well, Mom, I'm so sorry. Tell her I'm sorry. And I was like, Keith, you tell her you're sorry. You know, you're the one. And he was like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm gonna grow up now. I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna be a better person for Casey. And you know, the bottom line in all aspects was Brooklyn was doing good.
I'm sorry?
Brooklyn was doing good. She was being a mama. The best little mom I've ever seen. And this may make me look bad since I'm convicted, I mean, not convicted, but charged with this. But she was a good girl. She didn't bother nobody. She stayed at home, she helped her mom. She helped her sister raise Aiden, which is her nephew. And she kept Casey. And outside me, her mom, or her sister, she didn't leave that baby with nobody unless it was daycare. She had a job or something. She didn't leave that baby with nobody.
And you eventually gave her the job she had. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you do for a living.
Inventory. We were doing inventory.
Okay. And you've been in that field for how many years, on and off?
On and off since 2015, I think.
Okay. Give or take 10 years.
Yeah.
And you had risen to the
Well,
position?
I had stopped for a while. When I worked before, it was called RGIS, which they do the same thing. It was just another company. And I had the same job Brooklyn had. I was counting. And then when I reapplied for the job, I reapplied for supervisor. And at that time, WIS had, from my understanding, bought out RGIS. And they were, and that's who we went to work for. Brooklyn had worked at a few jobs. I think she worked at McDonald's for a little while.
Did you get her that job?
No.
Did you carry her back?
I have took her to work and picked her up a couple of times. I think she got her own self that job, if I'm not mistaken. And she worked at Jack's for a little while, and I think her mother got her that job because her mother managed there, if I'm not mistaken. She was a manager or either the main manager, I'm not sure.
So an opening came up and you,
Well, she went to work at, I think it's called Subway in, Citronelle. And, she called me, actually, she texted me, that text also in the phone somewhere, and said that, her manager was having a problem with her, taking off or something. And she said, but I had done told her that, I needed that time off because I didn't have a babysitter. And she said, she told me, she said, text me and said, the manager said that she should have, took that into consideration when she hired on because she couldn't make schedules around children. And I texted her back and told her to tell her to shove her damn schedule up her ass, that we did not need her money, that me and Miss Cornelia would, at that time, Miss Cornelia was still working. I said, me and Miss Cornelia would take care of you and Casey until we figure something else out. And then
There's objection again, narrative.
Sustained. Again, just do your best to answer the question that he asked you.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
okay.
Um,
So the bottom line is she ended up going to work with you?
Yes, and I told her to put in an application online because that's where we had to do it, and that's what she did.
And you supervise how many people?
20 or 25.
Okay. So on the day, well, we have the texts from when we started this morning till the 8th. And then there's nothing until the 11th, when we have the gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Okay. So was this in your mind? I mean, are you thinking about it? Or is it over? What's,
Okay, at that point in time, after he's apologized, as stated in the text, yeah, he's apologized for it, so at that point in time, okay, well, at first he was started on it, and then he was like, after she sent me the picture and I sent it to him, and like, it's not, it's a UTI, you know, then he stopped on it, and then he was like, kind of hit on it a little bit again, and then I was like, Keith, here's the picture, it's not. And he was like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do this anymore. And then that day is when it,
that was the end?
yes, sir.
Did you put it out of your mind?
Yes, until that day, yeah.
Was it just another one of their
Just another one of his rants.
Okay. So then, August 11th, 10:30, give or take, the text. And before we get into the actual text, to your knowledge, was Brooklyn seeing anybody?
Not to my knowledge,
And
not at all.
We heard it in the text, to your knowledge, he was seeing other people.
Yeah, as far as I knew, he was seeing a couple more people. So, but no, if Brooklyn was seeing someone, I didn't know it.
Okay. Did these things, did his reactions and everything else seem kind of self-serving and absurd to you?
Oh, yeah, because he texted me one day and said, she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else, and I'm like, who's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else? And he was like, Brooklyn, her mama's got Casey, and she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. I was like, Keith, and I had just talked with Brooklyn. Brooklyn was getting her hair done somewhere.
My question is, did it come to the point where you thought, God, this is absurd? This is
All the time.
Okay. Okay, so we have a little bit of a feel for things up to this point. You're dealing with Keith every day, every other day, every week, and dealing with his stuff, correct? Now, you testified something that I want the jury to understand. There was a period of time where you and he didn't even speak.
For months. For
Okay.
months.
And that was during the period of time where he was denying.
Casey, yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, can we start with Okay, now what I'm gonna do, we're gonna read each text as it comes up.
Yes, sir.
We may get somewhat repetitive, but I want the jury to understand from your perspective
Yes, sir.
what's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, remember, this is, I guess it's, what, 10:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing at 10:30 in the morning?
Working.
Okay. Supervising 20, 25 people?
Yes.
Busy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, first text comes in. I don't see it. Okay. Next text. Okay. She gave me gonorrhea. You think I'll keep going to the, okay? And then you respond, no, I don't believe you're lying. If that's, stop it. That's what you say, I don't have no reason to think you're lying. What,
I'm brushing, okay, whatever, yeah, okay, I know, I don't think you're lying.
okay. And then, yes, I'll get her tomorrow. Still, you're answering the second part of this question, I'll get her tomorrow. Him, she's still out of town with you? And then you, yes? And then him, okay?
Judge, I would object to counsel testifying.
We'll sustain the objection. If you want to ask her questions about the text,
Okay.
you're certainly permitted
Yeah,
to do that.
I'm just trying to move us along. So will you read his next text back to me?
Y'all coming back this evening?
And what did you say?
I said, yep.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch at something called the law because ain't no way she gonna do me low down.
Okay, stop right, well, is it more than that? Yeah, do me low down, keep going, I'm sorry.
Then tried to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the only reason the bitch lied to me, but I got something for that.
Okay, stop right there, what are you thinking at this point?
Here we go again.
Okay. When the, back down again. But I got something, okay. What do you respond?
I said, you're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you.
Why do you say it that way?
Because I'm just, it's up to you, you're gonna get in trouble, because it's always with him, it's up and down, always with him.
Okay. Please keep going. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Can you read the next one?
Trouble,
Next one?
prison, but hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or something, but let that dirty bitch find her own ride to that motherfucker.
What's your relationship to him bringing up, you are taking her side again? What goes through your mind?
I'm like, okay, so at this point, it's like, he's like, I'm always taking her side. I said, so now I'm gonna try to take his side for a minute, you know, try to get him away from the situation, try to diffuse the situation best way I can, or that I think I can.
Keep going. I ain't,
If she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, but I gave her a job for Casey.
now,
And
it would seem to somebody who doesn't know you, that you're saying Casey's important, that's all that's important.
no, that's what I'm trying to get to him. Casey's important. I don't want, because I know Brooklyn is not meaning anything to him, so I'm trying to get Casey out there.
Are you trying to get to him?
Yeah,
to
through
see
Casey.
the light
Yes,
through
through Casey.
One at a time, they can't
I'm sorry.
talk over each other because she's got to take everything down, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Are you trying to get to him to see the light through Casey?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you keep bringing up Brooklyn, because we've got more and more here. Why do you use Casey for the most part?
Because I'm hoping that'll calm him down.
At any time here, are you thinking this is anything other than the normal stuff you put up with?
No.
That you're not, that it's not the normal, it is?
It is the normal, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. The next thing, he
Fuck that, I got Casey, that bitch don't need shit from sus.
You know what sus means?
From, I think, cause he retexted again, I think it was us, but fuck that, I got Casey, this bitch don't need shit from us.
Okay, and then you said,
And I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. I'm sorry. I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too.
why are you adding in these other people?
To let, now I don't want him to think that I'm putting Brooklyn back in the situation. I'm adding other people, so, you know,
Okay, and I know you're gonna be repeating yourself. but-
it's fine.
Go ahead, he said,
Have to?
you say,
I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to.
okay.
He said, but where the rest of your crew meet you? I said, I picked them up, and I should have been in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there.
Okay.
Her and Baby Doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at my house.
Okay.
But I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you.
Now, he's talking about coming, you know, he's asking you when you're gonna come home. Thought process at this point, I'm not telling you to come to Citronelle, it's up to you.
Because Keith threatens and rants, so.
If you said, you come to Citronelle, son, you're right, you need to confront her, all that stuff, what, let me strike that question. What are you trying to do with him?
At this point in time, I'm not taking anything serious. I'm really not trying to do too much with him right now.
Gotcha. Go ahead, I'm tired.
Shit ain't do not, she,
No, I'm tired at the top.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm tired of being treated like a bitch when I do right. Fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this shit daily. Just tell me before y'all come.
What do you say?
No, I'm not gonna help you get in trouble.
What do you mean?
I'm just,
Just what you said?
yeah.
Okay. Just- Then he says,
Shit ain't do nothing but cost me money, gave me a disease. I'm finna just shoot her. I know I hate that for Casey, bruh, but like I said, I can't take it.
IDDAS.
I don't give a fuck no more.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then you say,
Okay,
and then he says,
so protect her,
meaning,
me taking Brooklyn side again.
okay. And you say,
I said, I'll call you and tell you, motherfucker, if you wanna go to jail. I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come kill her, you're a motherfucking bitch.
what did you mean?
He had just called himself a bitch earlier. And I'm, at this point right now, I'm sick of Keith. I'm sick of Keith. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of Keith.
Say-
Okay. At this point, I say, okay, now I'm not working to be on, you're not letting me be on, he's wanting to say that I'm on Brooklyn's side all the time. So now it's okay, let me try to take your side for a minute. I'm doing this. I'm trying to see what is going to stop him. You know, because there's no certain combination with Keith.
For 1 second, did you mean literally go kill her?
No, I wasn't even going to call him when I got to Citronelle.
Yes.
I wasn't even going to call him when I got to Citronelle.
Okay. This was the state's opening statement,
Yeah.
all right? That you had in your mind for him to kill
No,
anything close to that.
never.
I think is that the next?
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better.
Slow down.
I'm
Ms. Agee.
sorry.
That's okay.
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I done lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hoe, but still, in every situation, you make sure it turned out better for her, like it's nothing you can do for me. Then he said, yes, that's all I ask. Yeah, and you're right, I'm a whole ass bitch. I'll never speak on this type of shit again, I promise.
That's all from him.
Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking he's de-escalating.
Go back a little bit. Okay. This whole thing here, she gave me, lost my freedom, all that stuff. It's kind of escalating.
And then then 3 texts let down, it's de-escalated. He's like, I'm not gonna speak on it no more.
Let's see.
You right. I'm a whole ass bitch, and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again.
What is that, when he says that, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, okay, so he's gonna drop it. He's done with it.
He's enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so he's not gonna speak on it again.
There's no response from you?
And right, and he was like, on Casey's live. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna speak on it again on Casey's live. And I was like,
One at a time.
Did you read that on Casey's line?
yes,
Oh, okay, you're going a little fast.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, then there's an I
Mhm.
from him, and then you?
I said, okay, that's fine. You the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn, she would be dead, so no problems for her.
Or, Miss Agee, just slow down, okay?
Only person you're hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and her daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear, I don't care, because I'm not going to jail.
So you just told him in the other thing, if you don't kill her, this, that, and the other, but what are you telling him here? What's the message you're trying to get across?
That you're going to hurt Casey, you're going to jail. Her mom, she's not going to have her mama or her daddy.
Are you crazy, something like that? What are you trying to say?
That's what,
You say it later. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, he says,
I'm okay with that. And he said, I can't take no more, don't nobody help me. I'm tired, I ain't got shit to live for, no way I'm going to jail.
you know, it's funny, he says that. Do you recall the text this morning where you tell him, you got a good life, you got a good child, you got a good job, you got everything going for you, and you got a great Mimi? What was that?
I was, he had just telling him, he's got all these things going for him.
Right,
You
based
know,
on his mood at that
yeah.
time. And here you are trying to tell it to him again, and this is a couple of days later, correct?
Yes,
And he's back, my life stinks, I have nothing to live for.
right,
Is this what you deal with constantly from him?
yes. And then he said, Citro gonna shoot me because I'm sure gonna blow at them. This been a long time coming.
What does that sound like to you?
That he's gonna shoot at the police.
I've lost the word. Does it sound like he wants to take his own life?
Yeah, he said he didn't have nothing to live for anymore.
Where does that come from? Do you know?
No, sir, it's just Keith.
Please keep going.
I said, okay, well, you ain't hurting nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. I said, but I'm good with it. He said, okay. I said, somebody will take care of Casey. And he said, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. And I said, that's up to you.
Again, tell the jury what's going on. Okay?
At this point, I'm thinking, okay, so I don't know if he's gonna go shoot at the police or what he's gonna do. And so I was like, okay, so now I need to try to jump on his side again, because I'm back over, try to push another button to see what I connect with him.
Go ahead.
I said, oh, no, he said, yeah, I know, she's good. I said, don't call Nanny and tell her she would try to talk you out of it.
Now, what was that statement for?
I didn't want him calling my mama first, aggravating her. My mom is older, at that time, 77 years old. And also, I was gonna call my mama myself. I checked the call logs, I called her myself. But at that time, I'm letting him think I'm on his side.
By the way, did you call your mother during all this?
Yes,
Was that a serious statement about calling her?
no, I was called her.
Were you afraid that your mother would talk him out of it?
No, I knew he wasn't even gonna call her. I'm just playing on his side right now.
All right, please keep going.
I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. I'm just say I gotta go to the dentist. And see, and at this time, I think he's lying again, because I know he didn't tell mama he was going to no dentist. Because when I talked to mama, she didn't say anything about going to the dentist. I said, well, don't even go there, she won't know you left. I said, and don't shoot my car. Don't shoot my motherfucking car, I don't wanna die.
What is that?
Being sarcastic.
Were you worried that he was gonna be shooting at the car?
I wasn't worried about him shooting at nobody.
Were you-
I wasn't worried that he was gonna shoot nobody. I mean, especially not at me, or I didn't think he would shoot Brooklyn. Believe this or not, I don't know why, or what flipped him, but Keith loved Brooklyn, or acted as he did, or so I thought he did.
Well, I mean, I think you said you were being sarcastic. I mean, were you serious about that?
No.
When you said that, were you picturing him opening fire on the car?
No,
Were you picturing him, well, don't shoot me, I bet, drag me out of there because I don't want to get killed? Were you thinking you were going to get killed?
no,
Were you thinking you were in harm's way?
no, definitely not.
Was the purpose of that to get him to start thinking again
Yes.
about how foolish he is?
Yes.
Keep going.
He said, I was gonna wait till she got out. I said, okay. He said, but that's another thing. If she don't get out, mama, I'm gonna drag her out, or Kate, I'm gonna ask you to step out, cause I'm gonna open the door and just shoot her.
Did you think this was serious stuff?
No, why, no.
And then you followed it up,
I said, hell, if you're getting off work, I'll give you the address, you can ride over here and do it, so you don't have to do it in front of Casey.
again, trying to,
At that point in time, like I said, he said he was going to Citronelle and shoot at the police and this and that and the other. I said, so let me keep him out of Citronelle. I definitely didn't want him bothering Miss Sims, Miss Cornelia, which is Brooklyn's mother. And yet, I'm just,
did you take him serious?
no, I never thought Keith would do nothing like that. And I don't think anybody else that knows Keith thought that he would shoot Brooklyn.
What we're trying to do here is articulate to the jury. So when you answer, I mean, the point is, we want them to know exactly what was going on and what you were thinking.
Okay.
All right.
And he said, send it to me, talking about the address.
I'm sorry, how are you? You can lie over here. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, next one.
I said, we just in Pensacola. And he's like, I'm on the way, send it. And I was like, hold up, let me get it, erase the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting your stupid ass.
Meaning?
Meaning this looks stupid. Me and you both look stupid right now.
Keep going.
He said, I already deleted mine. Trust me, I ain't gonna say shit about us even talking today. And I said, don't act like you love Casey, because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Trying to let him know that you're doing this is stupid. I mean, you're not thinking. He said, I love all my heart. It's that bitch who don't care about her. I said, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch? That's not love, son.
What are you trying to do there?
Show him that he's doing stupid. He's being stupid. He said, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me trying to get her knowing she acting cause she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side like she ain't do nothing. And he said, I'm not mad at a bitch, I hate every motherfucking body.
What are you thinking then?
He's losing his mind.
I'm sorry.
He's losing his mind.
I mean, it's now no longer her, it's everybody.
Yeah, now it's everybody.
Okay. And again, notwithstanding that you think he's losing his mind, is this typical of him?
Yes, it is typical, but he rants. He rants.
So when you say losing his mind,
Well, that's
One at a time.
figure of speech, that he's acting stupid again.
and then,
He said, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seem like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey.
who Jaden and Emmanuel?
Jaden and Emmanuel is two friends of his. And he said, I'm coming through Marvico. What's the address? I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy?
Excuse me, why didn't you give him the address right there?
Because I'm trying to get him to see what's going on. I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what, because you didn't put on a rubber. You're going to make her suffer for something she had no control over, but you love her? Okay.
Stop right there. Again, what is that?
Trying to make him see that he's being stupid.
Okay. Are you right now trying to get him to go kill Brooklyn?
I've never tried to get him to kill Brooklyn,
Ever?
ever. I love
Do
Brooklyn.
you think he's serious?
No,
Do you think he's coming?
no.
Okay, keep going.
I said, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I'm on lunch.
Okay.
He said, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind lying to me. She knew I was going to kill her, so if she okay with the shit, I am too. I said, regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know.
Casey being,
The baby.
trying to,
Keep throwing Casey up to try to calm him down. He said, I put my faith in Jay, at least he will do something to a motherfucker that fucked with Casey. Him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. I said, you put your faith in somebody about your fucking baby? He said, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn about her choices. Shit, this her fault. Every action gets a reaction. So if somebody is okay with what she's doing, then they should be with what I am.
who's that somebody?
I don't know. Oh, that I'm me. He's saying if I'm okay with everything Brooklyn does, I should be okay with what he does. He always thinks I'm taking up for Brooklyn.
Yes.
And then he repeats the same text again. And I said, it's not Casey's fault. I said, it's not Casey's fault. It's all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn both know. What y'all's faults are hers for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. And he said, her mama should have raised her better or told her better. I don't feel guilt behind that. I feel way worse letting this BS continue. I don't blame Casey for nothing. I said, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it.
Again, what are you trying to do?
Trying to use Casey to defuse the situation. He said that bitch could have told the truth, though. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Just being real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck over me, then play like I'm overreacting or crazy. I can show a motherfucker what crazy is. Then he says, address, question mark. I said, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm gonna get you the address when I get back, and you are showing nobody
Slow
nothing.
down. Miss
I'm
Agee.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, and you ain't showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues. Because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bit. But don't worry, I will make sure she knows Brooklyn gave you something that you had to take a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her, that she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, and then her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that for the rest of her life.
What is this an attempt to do?
To let him know that to calm him, telling him if you do, I'm gonna remind Casey of everything you're doing for the rest of her life. I'm gonna tell her what you're doing.
Did you think that was pretty strong stuff?
I thought it was. I said, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she will be with y'all anyway, and give me 10 minutes and I'll give you the address. You ain't even close.
So, again, she'll end up committing suicide. You're trying to do what?
To defuse him, using Casey to defuse him.
And then you say, give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna get you the address. Is that so that he can come and kill her?
No, I'm still trying to get him to change, see what's going on.
Now, again, do you think he's gonna come?
No, never in a million years.
And do you think if it comes, that he would ever in a million years?
Shoot Brooklyn? Inside a Home Depot? No, anywhere. I don't think,
Go ahead.
and then in front of people, I mean, drive all the way over there, and at this point in time, I'm thinking he's at work. I'm still thinking Keith's at work.
Is that partially because of what you know of Keith and partially because of what you and your mother talked?
Yes.
I think someone, well, we'll get back. So, please keep going.
I ain't talking about her mama. I'm talking about her daddy. And you just confirmed that you don't care about her.
Again, more of the same?
Yes.
Excuse me. If she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't happen, is what he said.
Yes.
And then you come back,
I'm not talking about her mama. I was talking about her daddy.
leave Brooklyn out of this.
Yeah.
It's you.
Brooklyn knows what I do. I done shot at motherfuckers in front of the police and got away, and she still lied. She must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen no way. You ain't in my position, so it's easy to say bullshit.
I mean, he's getting very, very self, me.
It's always about self. You know, he's threatened to, he's threatened to kill his dad and his stepmom, because, and at this point in time, he was taken up for Brooklyn when that occurred. I will give him that, because his dad didn't like Brooklyn. He thought Keith could do better. And he told Keith he thought he could do better.
But keep going.
He said, I'm pretty sure, wait a minute, I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey from me because I love her, I know that. And he said, I'm pretty sure you ain't, cause you ain't gotta do nothing right now. So again, like I said, easy to say when you don't do shit. I said, who don't do shit? Who the fuck helps take care of the baby? And he said, I'm getting on the interstate now. I said, okay. He said, take care, motherfucker, you take care of Brooklyn. And I said, did you just call me a motherfucker? He said, you don't even like to go pick up Casey. Sometimes worried about a damn nigga, sell that dream to somewhere else. I said, I can't wait to get back to that store so I can give you the address, because you're going to have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me.
What's going on here?
I see now that nothing I really say about Casey is even helping. So now I'm going to turn everything, now it's me and you. It's not about Brooklyn anymore. It's not about Casey anymore. Now it's about me and you. so.
Were you angry at him for saying?
Yes, I mean, it's not nothing he hadn't said before, but it was disrespectful.
So you've heard that before?
Yes.
It makes you angry, you just spent all
Yeah.
this time. and it's-
Doing everything I could do.
One at a
and-
time, one at a time for the court reporter, please.
Sorry.
So, this is the response,
Mhm.
right? You have to shoot me, is that? Yeah, shoot me. I mean, what are you trying to say there?
That if you come over here, it's gonna be me that you have to see, not, but that's, and still, I'm still not thinking he's coming over here, over there,
Reality?
yeah.
Go ahead.
All I want is the address, Mama, I'm done talk, all I want is the address, Mama, I'm done talking, I done talked enough. It's what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I done already been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. I don't know why you so quick to start shit with me, bruh. Again, must be scared of Brooklyn or something, I don't know.
At any time here, does he indicate, do you indicate that you're partners in this endeavor that he is dreaming about or maybe doing or whatever?
No.
Keep going.
I promise I'm headed back to get it to you and give it to you, because I done told you about cussing me. I'm tired. I know, I told you, you don't have to respect me, but you're not gonna disrespect me.
Again, going on, they're gonna have to shoot you.
Right. He said, you disrespecting me, trying to tell me if I love my child or not. That's your problem. You don't see the shit, bruh. But again, I think it's a woman thing. She gonna be on the floor, right? And I sent him the address where I was at.
Okay, this has nothing to do with us. Here we go.
He said, 45 minutes away.
There was something on,
After he put a question mark on, she gonna be on the floor, right?
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And I told him, I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him for what?
I'm waiting on him to come. If you're gonna come, you come to see me, so I'm waiting on you.
Okay. You're waiting on him to come see Brooklyn and kill Brooklyn?
No, I told him, you're gonna have to shoot me. I didn't say you're gonna shoot Brooklyn, I said you're gonna shoot me.
Keep going.
He said, I'm saying I'm not gonna have to find her in the back or something, then question mark. I said, nope.
Okay, excuse me, let's go back on that again. Yeah, I think you read it all. Read it again.
I'm saying, I'm saying, I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something.
Keep going.
I said, nope. He said, okay. I said, but just know, I'm the first motherfucker you'll see. But I haven't even told you was coming, so you good. But you're gonna see me for cussing me.
Okay. So is this about cussing you, or is this about him being dissuaded from hurting Brooklyn? See,
I'm letting him know he's gonna see me, not Brooklyn. I gotta keep Brooklyn, I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of his mindset.
you think he's coming?
No.
Let it be.
Let it be after then. I said, no, I'm coming out. She will be in. She won't even know nothing. He said, I'm not studying you right now. So, sure, I don't exactly know what IDM means. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day.
What do you mean by that?
That I'm going to stand in the gap. When this is all over, I mean, you got to come and see me. You're not going to see Brooklyn. And then when this is all over, you're going to thank me when you calm down. You're going to thank me when you're chilling with your daughter.
Next.
He said, stay out of my way. I said, I am. He said, only warning I'm give you, I'm not studying you. You never help me. Always hindering me is what you doing. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me something, you can do that after I'm done with her. I don't have no problem with that. I said, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I'm not. I ain't.
Let me go back to that. Only warning I give you, I'm not studying you. You never help, always hindering me is what you don't say. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. Does that sound like you and he are partnership?
No,
Does it
he's,
sound like he thinks you want to help him hurt Brooklyn?
no, he's telling me at that point in time, with Keith's mindset, that's the only warning he's gonna give me, that he wish, now he's gonna shoot me if I don't get out of his way. Not to help Brooklyn, he says, the only warning I'm giving you.
And then you said,
I said, only warning you're giving me, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. And he said, I don't expect you to be. And I said, come on. He said, you probably done called the police for that girl. I said, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. I said,
why would you say that?
because I don't want him to think I'm taking Brooklyn's side, because he keeps saying, I'm always take her side. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of this. This is about me and you now. Now you're threatening me. You're saying the only warning you're gonna give me, now you're gonna shoot me. So this is just me and you now.
Keep going.
I said, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going.
Obvious, go ahead.
He said, oh, no, jail or dead, one of the two. I said, yeah, that way. I said, probably best,
We missed one.
no, it was a like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I said, probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Casey or Kanye,
And
Kaya,
Kaya is,
my daughter. He said, something wrong with you. That must be why you don't take care of Kaya. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You're stupid. Oh, I skipped one, I'm sorry. He said, oh. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You stupid. He said, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I need was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your day's work. And you is too. I forgot. Just me. And I don't really. I said, bet I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. He said, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven. Thank you. I always knew I wasn't tripping. You fucking retarded. Yeah, you called the police. I said, if you're trying to say I called the law, I said, oh God, I ain't called nobody. Because he had already said he was gonna shoot at the police. So I didn't want him to come. If he came, which I didn't think he was, I don't want him to start shooting at no police. Then I'm figuring he's gonna be dead.
again, at this point, do you think he's coming?
No. Because I had already told him, if you come, you gotta see me, not Brooklyn. I'm telling him, Brooklyn's gonna be inside. I'm coming outside. I'm gonna be outside. So you got to see me.
So in the back of your mind, is it not possible? You don't think he's coming, but is it possible he may?
I'm not trying to be funny, but Mr. Akron, but it's possible this roof will fall in.
You think it was that unlikely?
Yes. He said, you wouldn't be testing me still if you didn't laugh at my ass off any other time you leave me the fuck alone. I said, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath.
Why did you be so?
Okay. This is gonna sound strange to probably everybody that's not from where I'm from. We're from the country. I mean, I live in the woods. We don't have no red lights. We don't have stop signs. We got one convenience store, and it's also a restaurant. I mean, we live, and we say stuff like, swear to God, I hope God to kill me. I swear on my baby's life. I swear on my mama's life. It's a slang for us, you know, to like maybe get a point across. Not saying that, you know, like our biggest high school, because I've heard some girls here say their school was like a 8A school or 9A school. Our biggest high school is a 2A school, and that's from 7th to 12th grade.
I guess the question I'm asking you is, at the same time all this is going on, are you still trying to mollify him?
Yes. And I said, I'm laughing at you because you stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that don't even want you.
Obvious what that is.
Yes. He said, I ain't never in my life saw a mama that don't do shit for their son but love to want to start with them. Like, you so crazy, it's funny. I said, okay, whatever, bye. He said, I don't want her either, the fuck? I said, yeah, right, bye.
What are you trying to do at this point?
I'm trying to get out, I'm trying to get over it now. Now, I'm done with you. If you're coming, you're gonna see me. I'm not gonna do this anymore with you. I told, if you're coming to see me, I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
You think it's any point to go any further? with
No.
trying to dissuade him?
No,
At this point, do you think he's coming?
no.
Keep going.
LMAOO, I ain't like you. This about respect. You so fucking sorry. You think I want her. No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them for your own child. That ain't me. I'm killing over mine. You just dicked out. You think that. I said, no. You gonna learn. She will be dead. She ain't gonna learn shit. You done, motherfucker. I thought I taught you. If you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they're dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. He said, that hoe don't love shit but herself.
Does that make sense, even with what you said, his response? I mean,
I said, no.
does his response?
Yeah. I said, you ain't kidding over yours because she don't keep that baby from you.
Again, what are you trying to tell him?
He's wanting to say that Brooklyn's like withholding Casey, but she didn't. She never told it, to my knowledge.
So you remind me.
Yeah, to my knowledge, she's never told him.
You had the baby every weekend,
Mhm.
and he could see the baby anytime he wanted through you.
I mean, not even through me. He could go get her. They never denied him getting that baby.
Okay.
So that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face would be enough to satisfy me. I don't give a fuck what she sees when she dead. Yes, the fuck she do. How the fuck I'm pick her up when your sorry ass trying to gamble or hang out in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Now he's mad at me and Brooklyn. Nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. I said, okay, whatever. I don't care what you do, because I'm going home today, not hell or jail. He said, good for you. I said, okay, then stop texting me. I'm working. Do whatever you want to do. It don't affect me either fucking way.
Okay. Are you telling him, look, go kill her?
No, I would never tell him to go kill her. Why, Brooklyn hasn't done anything. Brooklyn has never,
Objection, Judge, non-responsive.
Sustained. There's not a question that's been posed,
yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
That's it? Okay. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've gone over every one of these texts. Is there anything in any of these texts that you said to encourage him, motivate him, or do anything to come harm Brooklyn?
I would never do that. I would never want Brooklyn harm.
Okay. Notwithstanding this, how it sounds, does it sound like other conversations you've had?
Yes.
Based on all of your experience with him over the years, the way you've disciplined him, the way you've tried to make sense to him, and you've told that to the jury. Listening to these words, is this normal for you to do?
It's normal, all the time we've done this. Never in a million years would I thought my child would take the life of his baby's mother. That is horrific. That is, yeah. And I know these, if the texts are not, if the texts were admitted from 6 months ago, a year ago, between me, him, me, Brooklyn, him, Brooklyn, a year ago, you could see that Keith has always done this type of stuff, but never in a million years do you. Keith done what Keith done, and I hate that. But if I could, I would trade places with Brooklyn right now, because my child took her life. My child took her life. And she didn't deserve that. And her mother didn't deserve that. TT didn't deserve that. Aiden didn't deserve that. And Casey didn't deserve that. If I could change this, I would change it. Because Brooklyn was, nobody's perfect, but she was so fucking close. She was a sweetheart. And I would give up my life to have her back.
Sustained, sustained, there's not a question. This is narrative again.
Get your composure. I have no further questions at this time.
You ready to proceed, or would you like to go ahead and take a break,
Yeah,
Ms.
that was
Jensen?
a very lengthy
Yeah.
direct
Okay.
exam, so I don't know what the court's lunch plan is, but
I was gonna see if we have lunches here. We don't yet? Okay, I expect they'll be here any moment, though, so we can go ahead and take our lunch break
Yes, ma'am.
and let you conduct your cross-examination when we get back.
yes, ma'am.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be in recess for lunch. I expect they'll be here any minute. So this will be a longer break. Again, you cannot discuss the case. If you want to go outside, let the deputy know, and we'll be in recess until after lunch. Go ahead and flip those notepads back over for me and leave them here in the courtroom. Anything we need to address before we take a lunch break?
Not a mistake.
Not that I can think of.
Okay, so it's,
What I would like to ask is, we take the lunch break, we come back, I don't know how long cross-examination is going to be, but I would like 15 minutes from the time we close to get my close one. I would like to take.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't know how long it's going to be for lunch, but I would like it to come back. I don't know how long the state's going to be doing the questioning and what they're going to put on, but I would like to take at least a 15-minute break for to get my closing.
Okay. We still need to do a final review of the jury instructions as well, but I think it's best to go ahead and take our lunch break for everybody, and I'll look at them again over the lunch break based on what's been presented today. And is an hour enough time for state you want, or you want till 1:30? We can do 1:30 if that's easy. Yeah, okay. We'll reconvene at 1:30 to begin the state's cross-examination of Ms. Agee. Once she finishes, we'll see if the state is putting on any rebuttal evidence. and then we'll, again, review the instructions to Mr. Ackerman. I'll ask that you look at them over the lunch break if you have anything that needs to be changed or added, okay? And then I'll give you a few minutes to get your thoughts together for closings. Okay, then we're in recess till 1:30. As long as they're not doing deliberations. Yeah, so once deliberations.
So you want him to come back in, he's in the car.
I want to check with that state, the witness check.
Are you staying here or are you going to work?
Yes, after what you.
Stay. Aye. Yes. Ms. Jensen, any objection if they still here for them to come back in? The witnesses we have, do you have any objections to them coming in? I can see.
we'll go back on the record then. State of Florida versus Sheila Agee, states present, defendants present with counsel. Anything we need to address before the state conducts their cross-examination?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, before we do cross-examination, I request that I can recall my witness to the stand this age. He had several questions and all the emotions and everything. I never asked, I forgot to ask him. I wanted to do that.
Okay. These are areas that you have not previously covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have an idea about how long that will take?
5 minutes, if that.
All right. Is the jury back in the jury room? Okay, besides that, Mr. Ackerman, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then we can go ahead and have Ms. Agee return to the witness stand. And bring the jury. Yeah. Ms. Agee, just remember to speak slowly and wait for Mr. Ackerman to answer. Ask this question before you start answering, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Stand for the jury.
Jury to the box.
Please be seated. Did y'all have a nice lunch today? Yes, it looks like the rain's back, so I'm not sure if y'all stepped outside. It looked like it was coming down pretty good. And again, everybody's continued to abide by the rule, correct? You haven't yet discussed the case. Everybody ready to proceed? Okay. I think Mr. Ackerman has a few more questions for Ms. Agee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may inquire.
Ms. Agee,
Yes, sir.
you've watched the testimony here today and everything else. There was a video they showed. It was about a 30, whatever it was, minute-long video of you at the store, walking back and forth, and then in particular, up front, back and forth. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you walking back and forth up front?
I didn't think Keith was coming, but to be on the safe side, I had told him to come and see me. So just in case he did come, I wanted to be the first person, when I told him I would be the first person he'd seen. I was going to be the person he contacted.
Okay.
That's why I was in front of the store.
And were you there for the time you thought he'd be arriving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you walking back and forth, waiting for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit number 48. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that your, I mean, take a look at that picture. What were you thinking when that picture was taken?
If that boy comes here, I'm going to beat his ass.
May I promise this? May I show the jury?
You may.
Just real quick, this is the picture on the phone. You'll get a copy, you'll be able to look at this back. That's the expression you had.
Yeah, I was upset. I was mad.
You left, why?
I left.
You left, you were walking back and
Oh,
forth?
I stayed after the time that he said, and then I was like, he ain't coming. I never thought he was coming to begin with. But after I stayed there for a while, I said, he ain't coming, so.
Okay. During the course of this 2 hours on the 11th, the texting back and forth, you told him that, oh no, she doesn't know you're coming, again, we know why, hope we know why. Did you ever tell her that did she know that he was texting you and what he was saying?
Yes, she knew that he was texting me. 'Cause
How?
I told her, I said, crazy's text, and she knew who I was talking about. And whenever we got in the car, I just passed her the phone. She read the text, handed it back to me and said, your child's got issues. I said, you telling me?
Okay. Did she act like she was afraid or scared or concerned?
No, I don't, Brooklyn didn't think he was, she knows how Keith was,
Okay.
how he blustered and done that. He's done that to her before.
Okay. State's opening, we went through all this, and then at 1:59 PM, the detectives discovered, well, in other words, did you erase your phone? The text.
Yes, I did. Whenever this incident happened, and Keith ran out of the store, and I got outside, you can check my call log, I tried to call Keith 3 times to tell him to stop and turn himself in. But there was no answer. It actually went to voicemail all 3 times. And then a few minutes later, I was gonna text Keith to stop and turn himself in. And I was so mad because I had Keith saved in my phone as my baby. And when I looked down at that text and seen my baby, I said, no, you killed my baby. And on an iPhone, I don't know about now, but used to, on an iPhone, you used to swipe, you could swipe your text away. And when I said, no, you killed my baby, and I just got mad and just swiped it. I mean, it wasn't like I erased those message of texts. It's like I erased every text me and him has ever texted in our whole life. At that time, I wasn't thinking that I'd done anything wrong. I was just mad because of the situation that happened.
You just said it without me asking, but did you erase it because you thought you had done something wrong?
No, sir.
I have no further questions this time.
Ms. Agee, Ms. Jensen's going to have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Agee, you just said that you didn't think he would show, but if
No.
he did, you were there to beat his ass.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that boy did show up, and you didn't beat his ass, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't see him.
Tell this jury, when you warned Brooklyn that she might be in harm's way.
When we were going to lunch, I passed her the phone, and I let her read the text.
What text?
The text that me and Keith had sent back and forth.
You and Keith have matching tattoos, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And Keith in your phone is listed as my baby.
Yeah, I just said that, yes.
Right. And you said in the text messages that the jurors heard this morning that Keith will always be your baby, correct?
Yes, he's my child, yes.
And you also said in those text messages that you like Brooklyn, but you love Keith.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
She said she likes Brooklyn,
Mhm.
but she loves Keith.
Yes, I told Keith that he's mad.
My
You-
question
Just
was.
yes or no,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes,
It's a yes or no
Yes,
question?
yes, yes.
Mr. Ackerman, please do not interrupt.
yes.
And in those text messages, you said you would do anything for Keith because he is your child, correct?
I said anything that I could,
Anything that you could.
right.
Like send an address, right?
No, not like that.
So Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about your different tactics depending on Keith's mood,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You said sometimes you have to agree with him, sometimes you have to disagree with him, whatever works to calm him down,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So what was your tactic that you were using when you sent him the address to Home Depot?
Okay, my tactic then, as a mother, I figured if I could, at the following text, I said, you would thank me when you're chilling with your daughter one day. I figured if I could get to him and I could touch him, I could stop him. That's what my tactic was, ma'am.
So your tactic was to bring him from Alabama to Pensacola so that you could touch him first?
My tactic was to bring him to me, yes, ma'am.
How did that work?
It did it, ma'am.
What part of him saying that he was going to, or excuse me, let me back up. You mentioned during your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you didn't take a lot of what Keith said seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part of him saying that he was going to kill Brooklyn was not serious?
To me, all of it, because he has said this before. He said it on the 11th. But if you would go back to the text that me and Keith has had months and years and other times, I understand your job. Your job is to pick out what I done wrong. But you haven't picked out the last 3 years. It's like your job is a
Ma'am.
witch hunt.
Ma'am,
That wasn't
just
my
answer the
question.
question.
My job is to bring out the truth.
And that's what I'm giving you.
So what part of him saying that he was going to shoot Brooklyn?
I didn't
did
believe
you
any
not-
of it.
Ma'am,
I'm not
let
done.
Oh, sorry.
her-
What part of that did you not think was serious?
I didn't believe any of it.
What part of him asking where you guys were so that he could come kill Brooklyn was not serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
What part of him counting down his travel from Alabama to Pensacola did you not think was serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
Now, you keep talking about these other text messages. You deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I said that.
You also mentioned that Brooklyn was the best mama and was such a good girl.
She was.
And you sent your son to her location where he killed her.
No, ma'am, I sent my son to me. I told him you can come shoot me.
But he came to the location you sent and he killed her.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
Your son had no idea where you and Brooklyn were that day, did he?
No, ma'am.
Your family testified how you and Brooklyn were so close, you were like mother and daughter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that your son was seeing a couple other people, but you had no idea if Brooklyn was seeing anyone
I
else.
said I didn't think Brooklyn was seeing anybody else. Yes, ma'am.
But you're so close, like mother and daughter, and you don't know that.
Well, I had never heard Brooklyn say she was dating or sleeping around with anybody else. No, ma'am. I did not.
You said at some point you started changing your tactic because Brooklyn means nothing to him, so you started using Casey, correct? To try to calm him down.
No, I didn't say Brooklyn means nothing to him. I said I was using Casey because he was mad at Brooklyn. I was using Casey to try to calm him down.
Okay, so you're trying to calm him down.
Yes, ma'am.
So then you tell him he's stupid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you tell him he's a dummy,
Yes, ma'am.
and you call him a bitch,
Yes, ma'am.
and you tell him he's got mental issues.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that tactic work? to
It has
calm-
worked in the-
I'm not done.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am.
How does that tactic work to calm him down?
It has worked in the past, ma'am.
By calling him names?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ackerman talked to you about that text message where you say, if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your testimony at that point was that you were sick of Keith, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent that.
I was sick of the way he acted, and I was being condescending, ma'am.
Okay, well, you said you were sick of Keith in your
Yes, ma'am.
testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were sick of Keith that day, Miss Agee, why didn't you shut your phone off?
Ma'am, if I had to do it all over again, I would shut my phone off, I'd throw it out the window, I would.
I didn't ask you.
You asking me
had-
why?
Ma'am,
I didn't ask you.
well, Ms. Jensen's not had a chance to get her full question out, so I'm asking that Ms. Agee just wait. That way the court reporter can get it down as well. Okay?
I didn't ask you what you would have done if you had to do it all over again. I asked you on that day, August 11th, 2023, Why didn't you shut your phone off?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you block him?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you ignore him and just not respond?
I've asked myself that, ma'am.
You also testified at, there's a text message at about 11:10 a.m., about 2 hours prior to the shooting, where you told Mr. Ackerman that you felt like Keith was de-escalating. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt like it was over at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then you continue to warn him about going to jail and giving him some consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your tactic there if he's already de-escalated?
To reinforcing that you're going to jail, ma'am.
You never said, don't do it, right?
I told him you'd have to shoot me.
Excuse me?
I said you will have to shoot me.
So your testimony also was at that point he's de-escalated. And then a few texts later, you tell him to come to Pensacola, right?
To see me, yes.
Well, you actually said, come to Pensacola and do it so he doesn't shoot Brooklyn in front of Casey.
I don't know if that's the order it come in, but yes, ma'am, I don't think that's the order it was in.
Now, you made mention about you didn't know if he was going to shoot at the police.
Yes,
Were you talking about in Citronelle or were you talking about in Pensacola?
I'm talking about anywhere, because he made the statement that he would shoot at the police.
Okay, so did you think that was a possibility?
So as I told Mr. Ackerman, it's a possibility if roof to fall in. I didn't think he was coming.
Well, you knew that Keith has shot at people before when he was a juvenile.
Yeah, but I didn't think, Keith never shot at the police, as far as I know. But he made that statement in a text, and I didn't know.
Ms. Agee, you said that Keith loved Brooklyn, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
He put 20-plus holes in her body, and it's your testimony to this jury that he loved Brooklyn?
Yes, ma'am. I said I think Keith loved
Not
Brooklyn.
it's yes or no?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Now, you also mentioned how you suggested that he come to Pensacola to get out of Citronelle. You said you were trying to get him out of Citronelle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking you those.
I'm answering you.
Okay. What made sense for you to get him out of Citronelle and send him to Pensacola?
To come to me.
It made sense to you to have him drive from another state to come to you?
At that time, ma'am, yes. I thought I was doing the right thing. I'm not, can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying that I made the totally right decision. I'm probably an idiot, but I was doing what I thought was right.
You acknowledged that you deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And you said, actually, in your testimony with Mr. Ackerman, that you were worried about looking stupid. You said in your text messages, when you asked Keith to delete them, that you were worried about looking stupid.
Yes.
But now you just testified that you deleted them because you didn't want to be associated with Keith.
When I told Keith to delete them, that was way in the beginning of the hour and a half before we stopped texting. Yes, ma'am, I did. That was an hour and a half before we stopped texting, I'm sorry.
You testified with Mr. Ackerman that you were just trying to diffuse the situation, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At what point on August 11th, 2023, did you actually diffuse the situation?
As I stated, I was trying.
Not one of your tactics worked, did they?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, they did not.
Now, you said never in a million years did you think that Keith would come shoot Brooklyn
No, ma'am.
in the middle of Home Depot with people everywhere.
No, ma'am.
He sure did it, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And he did it at the location that you provided him.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Keith has threatened his dad and his stepmom, right?
Yeah.
And you said, but that was okay because he was taking up for Brooklyn.
No, I never said it was okay. I did not say it was okay.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes,
My
ma'am, you
apologies.
did.
And you said in your testimony that once he cussed you, it was now between you and him and no longer between him and Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So him talking about shooting Brooklyn didn't offend you. But when he cussed you, that's what set you off?
No, ma'am. I said that was my way to get him off of Brooklyn and onto me.
Now, when you and your attorney were going back through these text messages, it was quickly glossed over the part where you actually sent the address to Keith.
No, ma'am. I said I sent the address.
Right, and you said you sent the address where I was, meaning you. You said I sent the address where I was.
Yeah, if you say so, yes, ma'am. I just thought I said I sent the address, but,
But that's also where Brooklyn was, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And he'd been threatening to kill her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He never threatened to kill you.
Yeah, he told me, yeah, he did. Well, he told me I'm only giving you one warning. Yes, he did.
In the text message?
Yes, ma'am, in the text message. He said, I'm only warning you one time, Mama.
To
Yes.
stay out of his way.
Yeah, and I wasn't, and I told him I was in his way. I was gonna be in his way.
You said in one of your text messages that he was going to see you, not Brooklyn, and that he was going to thank you when he was chilling with his daughter one
Yes,
day.
ma'am.
Right. He's not chilling with his daughter, Miss Agee, now is he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He's not chilling with his daughter.
No,
He's chilling in prison.
yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, Miss Agee, you could have saved both of them by not sending that address.
Yes, ma'am.
So, on one hand, you say that you didn't believe he was coming to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
He told you he was coming.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you a countdown of his locations, correct? Correct?
Oh, he told me one time he was 45 minutes away. Yes, ma'am.
Well, he told you he was coming through Movico, wherever that is. That's in between his work in Pensacola.
Okay.
He told you he was getting on the interstate.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He
Yes,
told you
ma'am.
he was 45 minutes out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were concerned enough, Miss Agee, that you lingered around the entrance looking for him, correct?
Yes.
So there was a chance he was going to show up.
I was trying to make sure that if he did, I was there.
Okay. So there was a chance you thought he might show up.
There's a chance it's still in the fall?
And you were pacing around and you were looking out the door, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So with the chance that he may show up, you don't call the police, right?
Yes.
You don't go tell a manager,
No, ma'am.
hey, my son is on the way, has been
No.
threatening one of my employees and the mother of my granddaughter. You don't tell anybody that.
No, ma'am.
You don't take Brooklyn to another location.
No, ma'am.
And at this time, would you not agree that
Let's make sure your phones are turned off.
would you not agree that Keith was highly upset about this STD?
No more than he was upset about it 3 days before or 2 days before that.
Sure, the week before. He
Yes.
was very upset about this
Yes,
STD
yes.
that he thought Brooklyn gave him.
I sent Keith the results of Brooklyn's report that she didn't have an STD.
My question was,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
he was very upset for however long it was about potentially having an STD.
Yes,
And he believed that Brooklyn gave it to him.
that's what he said.
And not one time on the August 11th day do you remind him that her test came back negative.
No, ma'am.
So you knew that Brooklyn had called the police on Keith before?
No, ma'am. No, he told me that. That was hearsay. Do I know, did Brooklyn tell me that? No, no.
Okay, so did Keith told you that Brooklyn called the
Yes,
police on him?
yes.
And at some point, she had an injunction against him.
I don't know.
You had him arrested before, didn't you?
Yes, yes.
And his dad had an injunction.
I don't know.
Will you
Yeah,
testify?
I said that's what they said. I said that's what they said.
Okay, well, you testified to that earlier.
I said that they said.
Okay. And you knew that Keith shot at someone before?
I knew he shot. I ain't saying that someone.
Ms. Agee,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Ackerman's first question to you during your testimony was if you would ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said no. But you sent that address where she was located.
Not to hurt Brooklyn.
I'm sorry.
Not to hurt Brooklyn
You know Keith is a hothead, correct?
at times.
And you threw gasoline on his temper with those text messages. Did you not?
I did what had worked before. If you say I threw gasoline that time, I would agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
In the 2 hours that you went back and forth with text messages, 2 hours,
Yes, ma'am.
how long would it have taken you to shut your phone off?
A second.
Speaking of these text messages, so the jury has heard that 911 was called at 1:21 PM.
Yes, ma'am.
And they've also heard that you deleted your text messages at 1:58 PM.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when you deleted those text messages?
Mrs., I don't want to lie to you. I think I was in the parking lot, I think.
Ms. Agee, you said at the very end of your testimony earlier that it is horrific, your words,
Yes, ma'am.
horrific,
Yes, ma'am.
what your son did to your child's mother. And it is equally horrific that you helped him do it, isn't it?
No, ma'am, I didn't help him to do anything. No, ma'am, not at all.
There's not a question right now.
Was it horrific that Keith took a life?
Yes, sir.
Despicable,
Yes, sir.
horrific?
Yes, sir.
Did you think, when this happened, that you were pouring gasoline on it?
No, sir.
Did you have any inkling that you were encouraging him? Did you think that that's what you were doing?
No, sir.
The state's asking you, if you pour gasoline on a fire, we all know what's going to happen,
Yes.
correct? It's going to increase. Are you visualizing this? When this is going on,
No,
your
sir.
son is talking stupid.
Yes, sir.
A young lady that you care very much for is on the other end of it.
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time, the second time, or the third time he's done that.
No, sir.
Did you think you were pouring gasoline on a?
Objection, asked and answered.
No, sir.
Sustained.
First question that the state asked you was, you said you liked Brooklyn, but you loved him.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that? Why did you say that?
Because he was saying I was totally taken up for Brooklyn all the time. So what was I supposed to say? Yeah, I love Brooklyn. I mean, I love Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn now. I will love Brooklyn till I die. Am I an idiot?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Will Brooklyn's memory stay with you for the rest of your life?
Forever.
Sustained.
Throughout every one of these texts, what was your goal?
To not let anything, to stop Keith. That was my goal, was just to stop Keith.
Okay. Did you think in reality that he was coming?
No, I did not. When I called my mother, I'm sorry.
Sustained. Just, Ms. Agee, just wait for
Sorry.
Mr. Ackerman to ask you a question, okay?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
When you called your mother, you what? Did you say?
When I called my mother and I told her,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Every time you responded to one of his texts, were you thinking I should hang up or I should stop this or anything like that?
I was thinking just to stop him, trying to calm him down, just hopefully make him see what he was doing.
All the questions that the state asked you, did you ever have any intent to help him, to induce him, entice, whatever, the words that the state used?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Mr. Ackerman, if you have a new area of inquiry based on the cross, you can ask it.
Trying to read my
These
notes.
questions have been
Your Honor.
asked a number of times.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Agee, you can step down. Mr. Ackerman, any additional evidence from the defense?
The defense rests.
Okay. State intend to call any rebuttal witnesses? Or do you need a few minutes to talk about it?
No, Your Honor, we're fine.
Okay.
No rebuttal.
Okay, then I'm going to ask that the jury step back into the jury room. There's a few matters I need to take up with the attorneys. Hopefully, it'll be a pretty brief recess. Again, do not discuss the case and go ahead and leave your notepads here in the courtroom. I'm going to inquire briefly of Ms. Agee, since I believe that now all the evidence has been entered. Ms. Agee, is there anything that you wanted your attorney to do that he didn't do? Is there anything that he did that you didn't want him to do? Are you satisfied with his representation in the trial? Okay. We're going to review again the jury instructions, and I'm just going to confirm that you're satisfied with the instructions here in a few minutes, okay, once we finalize them. Okay. Any other matters before we review the instructions?
Nothing stupid.
Nothing to say.
Okay. And any witnesses that are still here can be released.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
If any witnesses can be released, that may still be here. Okay, I went through them over our lunch break, based on what we discussed last night, and earlier this morning, I think there was some additional language under 7.2, number 2, adding "or her accomplice," as well as under 7.4, the second-degree murder instruction under number 2, "or her accomplice," and then in 7.7, the manslaughter instruction in number 2, and then the paragraph or sentence directly below that. You agree to that, Mr. Ackerman?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I see that the culpable negligence language is in there that was discussed last night. Are you satisfied with that, Mr. Ackerman?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Page 4, about the middle of the page. I think you had
Yeah.
asked for that last night.
Yes.
Okay. I think on weighing the evidence, 3.9, based on Keith Agee's testimony, I think number 9 would be applicable and should be number 6. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, did you say number 6?
It will be number 6. So 1
Yes.
through 5 are standard. Number 9 says, has a witness been convicted of a felony?
Yeah.
And there was that testimony.
9 goes to 6.
Yes, sir. You
Want
agree
me
to?
mention his name specifically, or just going to leave it?
No, just leave it as it is, right? I think we can take out, though, Mr. Myers, the misdemeanor involving dishonesty, false statement language.
I agree.
Okay. And then the others can be removed. In the accomplices and informants paragraph on the next page, page 7, I don't know if all of that language on line 3 would apply.
I think, Judge, the whole paragraph would come out. It's talking about making a bargain with the state or have reason to help the state. And that, we didn't call it a witness that fit in that category.
Mr. Ackerman, do you agree that that particular paragraph doesn't apply now that we've heard all the evidence?
I'm trying to think, Judge, give me a moment about
Sure.
Martinez's testimony. No objection, no.
To removing that?
Yeah. we're gonna-
Okay, we'll remove that entire paragraph, and then just below that, since Ms. Agee did testify, that should remain. And then I think 3.9A can be removed. Do you agree, Mr. Ackerman? Since Ms. Agee did testify?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the things that I saw. The other question I had, Mr. Myers, earlier, I thought that there was, I know there was a picture of it, and one of the witnesses testified that there was 1 round left in the magazine, and I just wanted to make sure that was a live round. It is not in the evidence.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we can double check before we go back, but it went back in the last trial.
Okay.
I think we took the testifier and
Because I know that's generally a concern for our court deputies, and it's empty.
just,
Okay. As long as there's not any other live ammunition, then court deputies don't have any concerns with the gun lock with all the evidence going back? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So I think that paragraph can remain. Those were the only things that I noticed over lunch. Anything else from the state that needs to be
no,
added?
how many copies do you require?
So we'll have 14, one for the court reporter, 15. I can provide mine to the clerk, so that's 16. And then I think you already have a copy, Mr. Ackerman, correct?
Yes.
You don't need an additional
Did you
copy.
instruct the verdict form, please?
Okay. We're talking
I'll
about
bring 18, Judge.
the, okay. And then, so no other corrections, additions for the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I just have one last request. I'd like to make my motion,
Can I just finish this first?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. And then we have the verdict form that was provided yesterday. Any objection to the verdict form with the lesser included?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So Ms. Agee, you've been sitting here as we've been going through the jury instructions. You were here last night as well. Do you have any instructions that we have not discussed that you're requesting? You're satisfied with the instructions and the law that's going to go back to the jury? Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Ackerman.
Judge, I just want to take this opportunity to renew my motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay.
Same argument I made yesterday. Basically, the state put on a case that convicted Keith Agee of murder in the first degree. I don't think there's any question about that. There's no doubt about it. Based on the evidence they presented, and in addition to that, what we presented today, testimony, we believe that the state has failed to reach their burden, proven beyond it, that even the lower burden of finding the evidence most convincing to benefit the state, there is simply not enough evidence based on 3, 4, 5 text messages in the middle of 50 text messages. 3, 4, 5 that may indicate there is some motivation on the part of the defendant, if you took them totally out of context, for Keith to do wrong. When there is a plethora of statements made, don't do this, you leave your daughter alone, she'll commit suicide, she'll have no parents, how could you think of doing this? Everything we've heard today during the trial. And again, I think it's the law, it's no plan, no motive, nothing, simply insufficient for this case to go to a jury.
Okay.
There's not one time in those text messages that she say don't do it. In fact, she says do it. In the light most favorable to the state, let's put it on the prima facie case of principal of first degree murder, should go to the jury.
She said 50 times, don't do it. She just didn't use those words. I don't think life and the perspective of the court that the state made their burden, because she didn't say, don't do it in those words. When she said it in 50 other words, I don't think the state made the case.
Okay. I've considered your arguments as well as the testimony and evidence presented during trial. And again, viewing that in light most favorable to the state, I do believe they have presented a prima facie case of principal to first degree murder, and the matter will go to the jury. Mr. Ackerman, approximately how long do you anticipate you're going to need for your closing argument?
I'm just not sure, Judge. I'm thinking, based on what we've just done in the last day, I mean, I have to go as far as I thought I was going to go, because everything from the video should be fairly fresh in the jury's mind. But I would say at least an hour. I mean, again, it may all come together in 20, 30 minutes, but I can't focus on giving an appropriate closing if I'm worried about a time span. I don't intend on repeating myself, except to come at certain points from different angles. You know, just.
Okay, I just need to kind of know for planning purposes, as well as, you know, the state gets to divide their time, and so they want to have a general idea of how much you're going
Sure, I
to
understand the
use.
first question perfectly. I just can't give an answer and then be held to it in the sense that when you said this or that, I just don't know.
Okay, if we get to an hour, I'm going to ask counsel to approach to get it, you know, an idea of when you're wrapping up, because that's going to be a long time for the jury, and as far as when they may need a break
Yes, ma'am.
after hearing, you know, the state's initial closing and then the defenses. Okay, so if we get to that point where you've gotten to an hour or exceeding it, I will likely call you up to the bench to just have a further conversation about how long
Understood.
you're going to take. Okay, Ms. Jensen, I assume that will be plenty of time for the
Yes,
state.
ma'am.
Okay. Anything else we need to discuss? I know you wanted a few minutes to get your thoughts together, and I think Mr. Myers is starting on the instructions, so if we come back at 2:30, that'll give you 15 minutes. Is that enough time for the state?
That'd be great.
Okay, then we'll reconvene at 2:30 to begin closing arguments. All right. Well, he had additional training. I've seen that now. Because I think there was some, another charges as well as some collaborating.
Yeah, it's nothing you've been dealing with.
We will, since we have Ms. Agee back, we'll go back on the record. State of Florida versus Sheila Agee, 23 CF 3379B, states present, defendants present with counsel. I did a review of the instructions that Mr. Myers brought back up, and they appear to reflect all of the changes.
I'm sorry.
I just said the instructions that Mr. Myers provided appear to reflect all of the changes we discussed.
I believe so.
Okay. So, you ready to bring the jury in to begin closing arguments?
If you give me one minute, Judge.
Okay. You're satisfied with the instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then let's bring the jury back in. Are you doing the trial tomorrow? Yeah. It should be a short one.
Jury's in the box.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat for me. I know that I kept you out a little bit longer, but we were able to get all of the jury instructions prepared and ready, so we're going to go ahead and get started with closing arguments. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? Mr. Appleton.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant, Sheila Agee, did not physically pull the trigger on the gun that killed Brooklyn Sims. But this defendant's words were her weapon. Sharper than a knife, faster than a bullet. Her words, "If you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch." That is what this mother, this defendant, said to her son. Her words were her weapon that assisted and aided and encouraged and incited her son to murder the mother of his child. And her actions were her weapon. She changed the whole path of this crime. She changed the whole direction of her homicidal son's mission to kill Brooklyn Sims. He was initially talking about killing her in Alabama, which is not okay. He wanted to shoot Brooklyn when they got back from Pensacola and got to Alabama and Citronelle. And what did this defendant do? She brought him to Pensacola and said, do it there instead. Ladies and gentlemen, she guided her son like a missile to its target. He had no idea where they were on August 11th, 2023, until his mother, his principal to this crime, directed him to that Home Depot on Davis Highway. But it's not only her words, and it's not only her actions, but it's her inactions. Her inactions were also her weapon that aided in killing Brooklyn Sims. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant did nothing to save Brooklyn. She knew Keith was coming to Pensacola. He told her over and over again. She sent him the address. Come get her here. He said he was coming to kill Brooklyn over and over again, and she did nothing. He gave her a countdown. You have the text messages. He said, I'm on my way. I'm coming through Movico. I'm getting on the interstate. 45 minutes away. Stay out of my way. And she did nothing. She didn't call 911. She didn't get Brooklyn out of that store. She didn't get her out of harm's way. She didn't take her somewhere. Lock her in the back somewhere. Get her out of there. She did nothing. She didn't even put Brooklyn on notice, that Keith was threatening to come kill her. Now, she testified today and said that she did give Brooklyn information while they were at lunch. But you heard from the two young ladies that were on the aisle that day when Brooklyn got murdered. And they were asked how Brooklyn acted that day. And they said she was her normal, happy self. She wasn't concerned. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't worried. Because she had no idea that she was going to lose her life that day on aisle 52 in Home Depot. Because this defendant did nothing. At 11:28, this defendant, Sheila Agee, sent the text message to Keith for her to come do it in Pensacola. 26 seconds later, this defendant said, I'm on the way, send it. Keith Agee showed up less than 2 hours later and riddled Brooklyn Sims with bullet holes. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee set Brooklyn up to get murdered. She knew it was going to happen. She intended for it to happen. And it happened through her words, her actions, and her inactions. The text messages don't lie. I know that you have seen so many of them over the past couple of days, and I know you're probably tired of looking at them. But I want to put some up now that Sheila Agee has had a chance to put her self-serving spin on those text messages. At 11 o'clock, Keith says to Sheila, "Okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro." At 11:06, Sheila says, "But I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle, that's up to you." Never dissuades him. Keith says, "She ain't done none but cost me money and gave me a disease. I'm fittin' just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. IDGAF, no more." Sheila responds at 11:09 and says, "Okay." At 11:10, Sheila sends Keith a text message and says, "Okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close. But if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch." Sheila sends another text message at 11:23 assuring Keith that somebody will take care of his daughter. Keith sends a text message to Sheila at 11:24 and says, "I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off." Sheila responds at 11:24 and says, "Don't call Nanny and tell her she will try to talk you out of it." Sheila sends a text at 11:25, "Don't shoot at my MF car, I don't want to die." Sheila sends another text message, "Wait till I put her out." Keith sends a message at 11:26, says, "Because I'm open the door and just shoot her." Sheila responds and says, "As long as you don't shoot me." Sheila sends another message at 11:28 and says, "Hell, this is where it becomes her idea on where to do it. Hell, if you getting off work now, I'll give you the address here. You can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey." And then she says, "We just in Pensacola." He says at 11:28, "I'm OTW, send it." Sheila responds at 11:29 and says, "Hold up, let me get it. Erase the text because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you, stupid ass." At 11:32, Keith sends a message to Sheila and says, "I'm coming through Movico, what's the address?" 11:43, again, he asks her for the address. At 11:45, Sheila responds to Keith and says, "Which she'll probably end up committing suicide," talking about Casey, "and she'll be with y'all anyway," meaning Brooklyn will be dead. "Give me 10 men, I'm gonna give you the address, you ain't close yet." Keith sends a message at 11:48 and says, "I'm on the interstate." At 11:55, Keith says, or asks, "She gonna be on the floor, right?" Then this defendant sends the exact location for the Home Depot on Davis Highway so that Keith knows where to go. And then he says at 11:56, he's 45 minutes away. She gives him a thumbs up, "Waiting on you." At 12:03, he sends a message to Sheila and says, "I'm saying I'm gonna have to find her in the back or some." Sheila responds and says, "Nope." Sheila sends a message at 12:06 and says, but just know, I'll be the first MF you see, but I ain't even told her you were coming, so you good, but you gonna see me for cussing me." She says at 12:06, "No, I'm gonna come out. She will be in, she won't know nothing." Keith at 12:10 sends Sheila a message and says, "Stay out my way." Sheila responds at 12:12 and says, "I am." At 12:13, Keith says, you probably done called the police for that girl." Sheila responds and says, "I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you." 12:30, Keith says, yeah, you called the police. Sheila responds and says, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law on God, or excuse me, she says, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. She then says at 12:31, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath. Remember, Kaya is her youngest child. Swearing on Kaya's life that she did not call the law or tell Brooklyn. At 12:38, Keith says, so that last thought of her knowing she effed and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy me. IDGAF what she see when she dead. So a lot of time was spent, obviously, during the course of the state's case talking about Keith. And that's because, as Mr. Myers explained to you in his opening statement, the state first has to prove that there was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims for us to then prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, was a principal to that homicide. You've heard the facts and the evidence, so let's take a look at the law. And the judge is going to give you a set of instructions, and she's going to read it to you. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So what is the evidence that you have? You heard from the DNA witness that Keith Agee's DNA is on the gun that was found on the side of the road near Home Depot. You heard from the firearms expert that the shell casings that were recovered in the Home Depot, as well as the projectiles that were recovered during Brooklyn's autopsy, were fired from that firearm that has Keith's DNA. You have the cell tower records that show Keith's movement, that show his movement from Alabama to Florida to Pensacola. You have the video surveillance from the Home Depot. You have the pictures of Keith when he was taken into custody, and then again when he was at the sheriff's office. And then again, you've got him at the Home Depot in a still shot to show ID. Keith Agee is the trigger man. The evidence that you have for premeditation is that this started 2 hours before the shooting actually occurred, before they, Keith and Sheila, killed Brooklyn. Keith Agee had to leave work in Alabama. He had to go get a gun. He had to drive for at least an hour and a half, if not longer. He gets to Florida. He parks in the parking spot next to his mother's truck. He goes into the store. He goes straight to aisle 52. He shot Brooklyn at least 7 times, and we say at least 7 times because 7 casings were found on that aisle. And then he left. He threw the gun out of the car. He ditched his vehicle. He waded through some water. He ended up at the movie theater on Bayou, and he was taken into custody. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the law and the evidence, that is first-degree premeditated murder. You are going to have some options of what are called lesser included offenses. And that's exactly what they are. They are lesser offenses of first-degree murder. The first lesser included offense of first-degree murder is second-degree murder. The judge will instruct you that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. And 3, that there was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, number one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from an ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. There is no intent to kill with second-degree murder. That's what separates it from first-degree murder. The next lesser offense that you will have is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state has to prove that Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number two, that Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee, intentionally committed an act or act that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims. With manslaughter, there is no ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent like there is required with second degree. And there is no intent to kill. And again, this is why this is a lesser, and these elements are not required for manslaughter. You're also going to see in your packet of definitions that there is a definition for culpable negligence with manslaughter. And once you read that instruction, you will see that it does not apply to the facts of this case. This honorable judge is also going to instruct you that a verdict of guilty should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is also going to instruct you on rules for deliberation. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Even if you don't like the law, you must follow it. Principles. Mr. Myers went over this with you in jury instruction, in jury selection on Monday. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the defendant intended the crime occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Sheila Agee became a witness in this case. She testified before you. And it is up to you to decide her credibility. And one of the things that the judge is going to tell you that you should take into consideration is if the witness has some interest in how the case should be decided. Sheila Agee is on trial before you for being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. She absolutely has an interest in the outcome of this case, and you should consider that in weighing her testimony before you. Keith Agee also became a witness in this case. And ladies and gentlemen, bless his heart, he is trying to save his mom. He has nothing to lose at this point. He's been convicted. He told you that there was nothing that would have stopped him that day. But ladies and gentlemen, this defendant not telling him where Brooklyn was would have stopped him. You have heard the shocking evidence in this case, horrific, as Ms. Agee described it, and you will be instructed on the law. And if you render a verdict in accordance with the law and the evidence, there can only be one just verdict in this case, and that is Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Well, Let me get organized here for a minute. The state was, I hope, successful in convincing you that Keith Agee obviously committed first-degree murder. There is no doubt here what he did, as we've all said, horrific, horrendous. He caused such harm to so many people. You'll note, it's interesting to me, when Sheila was testifying, she was talking about the harm he did to the Sims family and everything else. And again, no one's making a hero out of Sheila. She did what she did, she said what she said, and we'll get that in a minute. But if you come into this case believing she's innocent, which was such a big thing we talked about in jury selection, if you came in totally clean and you left your minds open and you weren't going to be impressed enough by the first thing you heard that you were going to judge everything by it, then there's also other people that were hurt too. She was hurt tremendously. She lost her son. She lost her new daughter. She lost her grandchild. She lost her piece of life. She's going about her business. She's got a great job. She's working. She's doing her best to get through life. She's got a son that is, you saw him, you heard about him, and you've seen the text. But she's living a life, and this catastrophe happens, okay? So let's back up. The state's proven that Keith did this. They do the same thing in their closing, and they're gonna have a chance to come back, and after I've said everything, they're gonna reiterate it and exploit what I've said. So I ask you again, till the very, very end, keep your minds without a decision till you've heard it, okay? So Keith tells Mom, I'm going to do this terrible thing, and then you've heard the testimony. He said it numerous times. He's threatened to kill his father. He's threatened to kill everybody. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. But he never did. There was that talk about when he was a teenager and he had a thing with another teenager, etc. That's not relevant to you. It may say, well, she should have known he had a propensity and all that. That's history. Remember, every time you think about things here, every text, everything she's doing is to stop this from happening. Again, she doesn't believe he's coming. He's the kind of guy that says these things constantly, he puffs up things that he blisters, and that's him. So she's dealing with work, she's dealing with this, and you've seen the text from, well, let me get there. Back up. Again, Keith did a horrible, crazy, stupid, vile, vulgar thing that affected everybody. Okay? It turns lives around, it turned her life around. So let's put it in the perspective, in the context. She's at work, taking care of these 20, 25 people. She's just been through the last week with him with his nonsense. Is it a vaginal infection? Is it gonorrhea? This you've heard, and I'm not going to put them up. My plan was to put up every single one of those and go over them again with you, just like we did with Sheila. But you're going to have those in evidence. So every time the state puts up something like that, just please remember that they're leaving out the whole context. The context is what enables you to understand intent. And so when they argue from their perspective, well, she did this, she did that, she admits that. Didn't come here to say she didn't say those things. She's not even defending them in any other way except I'm his mother. I try and comfort him, I try and calm him down, I try and keep him in line. That's what mothers do. They don't always do it right. Remember when we talked about, I asked you some questions in Bardier, and what I was trying to get you to respond to was, are we all perfect? Do we all respond to situations perfectly? Do we all deal with stress, nonsense, all this stuff? How do we deal with it differently? And we deal with it differently on different days. So there's mom at work, taking care of business, gets the text. Oh no, I thought this was over. Now you had a chance, and if you'll recall, the state was very content, as they are in closing, to just include that 2 hours of tapes without giving you any insight or feel for what was going on before that. So we have mom at work, dealing with stuff, dealing with what she's been through the last week. Thank goodness from the 8th to the 11th, it's over. He's apologizing, he's saying this. He's all over the place. How do you deal with someone like that? How do you figure? Do you know what they're going to do, even if they say it? So he says this, she says that. Everything she says to him, and please look at the tapes again, the text again, I keep saying that, and understand the context. She is trying to calm him down. This is all Keith. He's not coming. But you never know. The ceiling could fall down. He could come. Because anybody who's rational and intelligent thinks, I don't think this is going to happen in a million years, but maybe. So the conversation goes on, and she's back and forth. I mean, for you to think, in the context of those conversations, that when she said, don't shoot at the car, you might hit me, you've watched her, heard her. Is she serious? The state wants you to think that was, hey man, kill her, but don't kill me. I'm your mother, I'm the grandmother of your kid. I mean, it's insane. And that pulling her out of, keep saying, I'm gonna have to pull you out of the car. Can you imagine how stupid and crazy that sounds? Well, yeah, pull me, don't hit me. You don't wanna do this up there where your child is. She's trying to just stop the nonsense. I mean, how in the world would she, where's the plan? So we have all the week before, with the text back and forth, not one word about from Sheila, not one word that she's terrible, that this, that, and the other. He's trying to keep him level. And so all of a sudden, now there's a plan. There's no plan, there's no motive. Why in the world would she want favorite kid? Dead. That's how her whole life is, the grandchild now and the mother of the child. And why in the world? Oh, because she told Keith, I like her, but I love you, Keith. And I'm gonna help you do this because you're my son. My murder? You, from that woman who's telling him all those things about how the lovely life he has, got a child, he's got a future, and she's telling him, yeah, go kill her. I'm gonna step aside here. State says she guided him like a bullet. All that stuff to get your juices flowing. If you listen to what was said, that's the opposite of what she wants. We've all been sarcastic. There are different words to describe it. We don't always say exactly what we mean because we want someone to be, we're all trying to get someone to go to our side and manipulate them to stop being fools or something. Give up your life, son. Shoot somebody. Come on down here. Shoot somebody right in the middle of the day, in the middle of a store with cameras and everything else. Yeah, do that. I'll be waiting for you. Guess I want to watch. Where's the motive? What is this? What are they trying to say? Here's what they're trying to say. We've got these texts. And remember, that's all they had for a minute, for a moment, whatever it was. So if you take those texts out of context, and you don't know anything about anything else, then, yeah, that's a mother who thinks her son's been wronged, and she's going to go after this person who wronged her son. She doesn't think her son was wronged. She thinks he's ridiculous. I mean, it's difficult to make, some of us see things from different perspectives, and that's human nature, and that's what we've been talking about in our theory. To me, the case for Sheila was proven more so than the case against Sheila. Why would she want him to do this? And even if you say, well, she was just stepping aside, as the state wants to say, where does that come from? 50 times? 40 times? What are you doing, son? What are you doing? She's a good mother, she's a good person, and you're here making all of these ridiculous statements and allegations. One minute she's terrible, next minute she's great. I want to have a relationship with Casey, so I'm going to be a good boy. I'm putting this all past me. You'll see that in the text. Please, if you still have questions after this, when you go back to that jury room, study those texts. They are not from somebody who is saying, yeah, let's get together and do this. No motive. The opposite. No plan. If there was a plan, would it be by text? Wouldn't there be a phone call? I'm going to meet you. The state saying he walks right in and goes right to the aisle. He doesn't walk in and go where he thinks he walks in the aisle. He goes right up the front of the store, and he's looking down each aisle, and he looks and he sees her. But is there some kind of, are they trying to say that they can't? That she told him there's no phone calls, there's just the text. So he finds her there on that aisle. Okay? No plan for her to get there or anything else. She finds it. As far as coming here, she looks at you when she was asked that question, me and everybody else. And the state asks Keith, you would not have known where to go unless she told you. No, I wouldn't. Not trying to fudge or hide anything. And again, Keith's not the ideal witness. Nobody wants to call a murderer to the trial of someone accused who's supposed to be a principal. You watched his demeanor. You watched him. All I can say is what he said to you, and what clear to all of us, that there was no collusion between the two. Nothing he said, this is the way. Nothing he said indicates one iota that he was motivated by mother, induced by mother, etc. by mother. Everything was, don't do this. And again, the state wants to say, but you never said don't do it. He's a contrary guy. You don't confront them with that. You go around it. You say this, that, and the other to convince them not to. But this whole concept that mother wanted this to happen, again, you take it out of context with just those 4 or 5 words, but you also take out of context from the 40 words that she didn't want this to happen. And we're going to go through reasonable doubt in a minute. But if you weigh these statements here, and then you weigh in the conversation prior to this, you will see that there's absolutely no proof beyond it to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that she wanted Keith to commit this heinous act. It's just, it's not there. Very difficult when you're accused of something and you've done stupid things or said stupid things, or what is stupid to others, but to you at the time. It's very difficult to defend that. I mean, every one of us, if you take out of context what we've said or done at a certain time, did you say that? What did you mean? Well, and then you explain it. Oh, intent. That's the key word here. We all agree. I mean, state put on that wonderful case against Keith. We sat there all through it. Very few objections from me, a few things. If you remember, I asked the fellow who ran the videos at the Home Depot, and you listen to his testimony, and then, and sure, because one would think that, there's cameras all over the place, and that people who work there would know where they were. Did Sheila have any idea? Is there any way she would know where the cameras were? No. So please, if there's any thought about aisle 52 and no camera, Sheila had no knowledge of cameras. Okay. You saw the video of Keith pulling up. I think the state said something about he pulled up alongside Mom. First of all, he probably didn't know what car she was driving. We didn't hear testimony, I don't remember, but she drives different cars all the time, and she drives a company car. He doesn't know well enough, and you can see by the conversations, he doesn't talk to Mom every day, doesn't see Mom every day. They text a lot when they text, but he comes right off the road, pulls right into a spot. And he was not right next to her car, he was about 2 or 3 cars away. But there's no evidence that he knew where her car was or that that was her car. So he pulls in, he walks down, and you see him on the video do his thing, goes down the aisle. You saw her waiting, I'm going to guess 30 minutes plus or minus, maybe 40 minutes, walking back and forth, back and forth. She's waiting for him if he's coming. She's not sure. She ends up, after all that time, my gut feeling was right, he's not coming. This was all typical Keith. So takes a breath, goes back to work. Still probably, looking over her shoulder once in a while. Wasn't long. He gets there, walks right down the aisle. Whatever, that one. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but look at this picture. This is a still from those videos. And I ask you to, maybe, would you take a quick look and just pass it around? Look at the expression on the face. Again, maybe it's me. I've been around a long time and looked at a lot of expressions and heard a lot of things. That's not a happy face. That's not a face of somebody who's walking up and down the aisles waiting for somebody so that that somebody can commit a heinous crime. That's the face of an angry, distraught mother waiting for her son to come, who she said, "You're going to come, you're going to see me. And you're going to have to shoot me." A mother who's controlled her son for the most part over the years. Nothing like this was even in the remotest of her mind. He's saying the same old nonsense, but now he's pushed it. I've just spent an hour and a half on the phone with this guy, trying to reason with him, trying to be the mother that I'm supposed to be, and then he's telling me I'm an MF. And, you know, this is a great little chance for me to switch it. It's no longer going to be me. You called me an MF? You come see me now. It's not her anymore, it's me. Again, an attempt to mollify it, to change his mind, manipulate him so that he's not going to do this stupid thing. I mean, it's, to me, clear as day. This is evidence for you. You're going to bring it back along with the other evidence that I encourage you to look at. We had the ballistics and all of that. And, you know, it was very thorough and very good. And the state, you know, if they're going to charge Sheila with the murder, they have to prove the murder. So, you know, all that stuff, we just, you know, yes, we know that. We're not here to say that. We're here to say today that everything Sheila did was not with an intent for anything harmful to happen. And that's the key to this case. Intent. The state, and unfortunately, I can't read my own writing most of the time. Mr. Martinez to stand, and I did this and I did that, and I'm the investigator on the case. Okay, that means, you know, someone's charged with murder. You must have been pretty thorough to come up with that. And, well, no, I really wasn't. Saw the texts. That's where my focus was. Rush to judgment. And that's what, again, what we do as human beings. He saw that. Hey, let me just get the day, and that's it. Well, you know, that's maybe par for the course, unfortunately, but this is serious stuff. Sorry if I upset him. Sorry if he was, maybe, I don't know, taught a lesson, whatever. But you knew from those texts that there was something going on before, and then he puts into evidence from the 5th or the 6th, whatever it was, that there was this thing about the gonorrhea and about an infection. And why not go back and look? But it didn't, so it's easy. If we hadn't been able to show you that, then I don't know that you'd have that perspective. And so I guess that goes along with the whole point of jumping the gun. And you came in here, she's charged. She's charged with murder. She must have done something. And that's what I really tried to get you all to just clear it away. Open up the thought process and let it all come in at one time, hear it all, and then see if the state meets their burden of proof. State was reading to you from the instructions, and I have some. These are a little bigger for me. Murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead. Yes. The death was caused by the criminal act of, it says here, defendant. Let's say another. Yes. There was a premeditated killing of the victim by that another, Keith. Yes. Definition. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuing to a single design or purpose. We all agree that Keith appeared to have a single design or purpose. Clear from the evidence, if not clear, then certainly a reasonable doubt from the evidence, that Sheila did not have a purpose, a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. Keith, not Sheila. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditation intent to kill and the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It'll be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. An issue in this case is whether Sheila did not act with, well, I don't know that we need to read that. Talk about excusable homicide and other things that all apply. In other words, for it not to have been premeditated, they thought, the judge is going to read you this. I'm just going to leave it out for time purposes. At the end of the charge, Judge reads, if you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill, Keith, in the heat of passion based on it, you should not find, the state went into second-degree murder to prove the crime of second-degree murder, which is a lesser, and they explain that to you. If you don't think, yeah, there's not enough evidence that Sheila committed first-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead, Keith. The death was caused by a criminal act of Keith, yes. There was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Well, if Keith was on trial, a jury could listen to that and surmise that, maybe he didn't have to wait, whatever, and maybe do that. Again, not Sheila. An act includes series of related actions arising from performed pursuant to a single act, purpose imminently dangerous. I'm not going to read any more of that. The third lesser included manslaughter. And one could say this could be interesting in this case. I'm going to read you, after I'm done with manslaughter, principle, so please bear with me, okay? To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, there are two ways to do this. Well, the victim is dead, and then two, A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim. Well, Keith certainly did that. The defendant intentionally procured an act that caused the death of the victim. Keith did it, but let's stick Sheila's name in here. Sheila intentionally, remember that, that's the key to everything. The state, me, you're gonna have to make a decision based on that, these facts, the context, the desire of each person. The death was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant, okay? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable. That's never applied in this case. To either first, second, this, nothing justifiable or excusable with what Keith did. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was merely negligent. Let me read this again. Okay. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something in, read 2C. Okay. I don't have that here, but they go on to define culpable negligence. Let me see my jury instructions a little bit better. As I'm looking for this, remember intent. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death. We know Keith intentionally did that. Did Sheila Agee intentionally commit acts to cause that death? Were her conversations with her son, her actions that day, intentionally to cause the death of Brooklyn? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable, it's not necessary. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable. Your questions that you go back and discuss, the question here, was Sheila's act an intentional act to cause this? And if it was an intentional act, was it just negligence on her part, or was it gross negligence on her part? Culpable negligence is going to be defined for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care to others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a grossly careless regard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the right of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such right. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Okay. I'm sorry I'm going on so long here, and I hope I'm not boring you to death putting you to sleep. But all of these require a consciousness that what's going to happen is going to happen. When you read, you've heard them once or twice, the states showed you some of them. Again, just the ones they want you to hear, leaving out. But when you go through those texts, is there a conscious, on her part, desire for the act of murder to occur, for these acts to have occurred? Now, I've read you those definitions, but here is the final one, that if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, not just beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant intended the crime to occur. And the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did, intended to, and that did, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And the state is saying, she gave him the address. She told him, if you don't kill her, you're a... She said, don't shoot because you might hit me, do it here, do it there. Obviously, if you think that with what Sheila did that day, August 11, 23, if you think when you read those texts and the text before, and you put everything in context, then if you think that she wanted this to happen and aided and abetted it happening, then she's a principal. But if you're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not just, well, you know, she said those things and it's terrible, and you know, maybe she, that's not enough. You must be convinced. This is our backbone of our law, beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that that was her intent. The evidence you've heard is just some words, and the state aggrandizes them. She said stupid things when you come back to the end result. She wishes she'd have done it differently. Goodness only knows she wishes she'd have done it differently. But that's not a crime. That's not a crime. The next instruction is plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and the burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe, coming in here, she's innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing and weighing all the evidence, everything we've heard, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. So this all comes down to the text. What did they mean? What was her intent? You've heard from her, you've heard from the state. You've heard that she did this, that, and the other, she said this, but you've also heard the rest. You've heard that after it happened, she was in shock, she's whatever. Did you erase your text? She told you what happened. She's in that state, she's this, she's that, she's trying to call him, she's trying to text him, turn yourself in, and then she saw baby next to his name there, that's what she has him listed as, and erased it. Now, she also said to him, or he said during the course of the text, this is so stupid, erase this. Why? Because it was stupid, it was obnoxious, I don't want to be reminded of this. This sounds terrible. And God only knows it sounds terrible. That's why we're here. We're here for the very reason that somebody might erase that. Oh my God, they're not going to understand what we were doing. They're going to take it out of context. Maybe I erased it. My son did this horrible thing. I don't know. I'm not thinking straight. I can't believe it. He better turn himself in. They know who he is. He's not going to get away with this. This is crazy. But that's no indication of guilt. I don't know why it was erased. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong. But after this happens, it's beyond comprehension. You've just had your life turned upside down by your son. There's been a death. You've just lost your daughter-in-law, your son, and your grandchild. I mean, what in the world would she have had to gain? I don't know where this state's going to come up. Well, she just loved her son, and, he's going to do it. So what? What? She got tired, this mother, who's not perfect, but who's worked all these years with him to try and keep him in line and everything else. Yeah, it's time. I've had it. Do it. She's got a great life going for her. She's not stupid, ladies and gentlemen. And she comes from a different place than most of us do in that sense, she told you. The language, the innuendo, all that. It's not something all of us, the words and the expressions and everything else. Some of us don't talk that frankly. We don't use that kind of language. That's not a crime. Woman was only trying to do, to the best of her ability, what a mother does, what a friend does, what a decent person does. Oh, the state's going to talk about that, some more of those texts, and they're going to say, look, here it is. She just knew damn well. Like a bullet. Well, it's not like a bullet if you don't know, if you don't intend for it, if it's not a conscious effort. Let me see if I have a few things else I want to talk about. many things that, when the state came up and gave their closing, and when they cross-examined her. You know, I'm standing there, sitting there, watching, listening. Yeah, you can attack somebody real well when they put themselves in this position. But you heard her, you heard Sheila's responses, you watched her body language and everything else. And again, why would this person in a million years want that effect to have happened? State's gonna say, she should have known, she should have known. Again, please don't forget the relationship, don't forget Keith's past, his history, and it's not gonna happen. He's not even gonna come. But if he comes, okay, I've now changed it, it's me. He's not even gonna see her. And by the way, she was told he was coming. She handed the phone back. Basically, he's acting up again. She had no reason, and you heard the testimony of the gal, that she didn't look scared or anything else, because it's Keith. Why would I be scared? Hopefully, watching those earlier texts helps you in this case, hopefully. Perspective, intent, context. State's burden, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, to convict her. You have to be convinced. Not just, yeah, well, she could have done better or anything else. You have to be convinced by that standard that when she was communicating with her son, she had the intent for him to do this. Careless, sloppy, improper, you could have done better, you could have called the police, you should have done this, you should have done that. That's not beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That shows that, hey, you know, she could have done better. She could have been smarter. And you could even go as far as to say she was negligent in that she didn't do better. But that is not a crime. Even manslaughter, gross negligence. And they define that for you. I've read it, I'm not going to go over it again. So, again, please bear in mind, you're going to hear the state, I've left out, goodness knows how many things I can't read that I wrote. State in closing said something about, quoting Sheila, somebody will take care of your daughter. Being facetious, she's being sarcastic. You're going to do this? Well, that's okay. Somebody's going to take care of your daughter. Or, son, you go ahead and kill her because somebody will take care of your daughter. Again, with all the other things, it's hard for me, and I know I've spoken longer than I want to, and it's hard for me to even do this now, because to me, it is so clear what the evidence shows that difficult, so clear. If it's not so clear, it's certainly unclear. Unclear is not proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Please bear that in mind when you hear the state. When you hear the judge read you the instruction, you will have the instructions to go back with. Yes, Sheila told him where they were. Yes, Sheila said the things she said. From the evidence you've heard, can you really think that she wanted her son to do what he did? It's not there. It's not there at all. All the, she said this, she said, we know that. We've heard it. and you've heard why and how it happened. You do this, son. She's not going to have a mother. She's not going to have a father. Don't you forget that I'll tell her every day for the rest of her life that you chose your selfish, self-centered, me crap over her. She'll probably end up committing suicide and being raped, suicide. What more strong language can a mother use to convince her son that what he's thinking, he's talking about is just irrational? What more could she say? She's already said everything else. She said it all with the intent to keep him calm. Again, don't forget Keith's history. Don't forget that she's still thinking this is all nonsense. He's not coming. And if he comes, he's certainly not going to do this. That's bizarre, incredible. To think the opposite, has the state proved that to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? They argue they have, but they have that text, those texts, and they don't have the insight into the relationship other than you've seen it, heard it, and know it. Okay? I leave you with that. I know I've left things out. When you go back, you know, if the state says some things that I could have said, should have said, then please think, are they meeting their burden? Have they met their burden? What would Ackerman say? What would any reasonable person think in the contrary? They've got their case, tried to make it with the extra knowledge we have and with everything else we have. We know that they have not proven their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. There's not even close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I know my court deputy indicated that a few of you may need a comfort break, and I plan to do that. When we come back, the state will have an opportunity to give their rebuttal closing, and then I'll go through instructions, so it may take a little while to do that. So we'll be in recess till 4:05. And again, just leave your notepads out here, okay? versus Sheila Agee. Ready to proceed and bring the jury back into finished closings? Okay, let's bring the jury back.
Bring the jury in.
Jury's in the box.
Go ahead and have a seat. The state's ready for your rebuttal close. You may proceed, Ms. Jensen.
Don't worry, I don't get to start all over again. This is what's called rebuttal. It's just an opportunity for the state to rebut some of the things that the defense said. Mr. Ackerman said that Sheila Agee lost her son, her granddaughter, and the mother of her granddaughter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get one thing straight. Sheila Agee is not the victim in this case. Brooklyn Sims is. Mr. Ackerman said she warned him, "Don't do this, son. Your daughter won't have a mother and a father." Ladies and gentlemen, all she's doing is warning him of the consequences. She never said, "Son, do not do this." Mr. Ackerman said the state didn't go into what was on the text messages before August 11th. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our evidence. You heard from the witness with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office. They download it. They turn it over to the state, and then we turn it over to the defense. The state is not trying to hide anything from you. We have no objection to it being admitted into evidence and being read for you. Mr. Ackerman said, "Why in the world would Sheila want this to happen?" Ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't need a reason. Her reason is Keith's reason. She's the principal. He's her baby. She didn't formulate the idea, but she furthered it for him. Sheila wants you to believe, and Mr. Ackerman argued, that she didn't believe the defendant was going to come to that store. She didn't believe he was coming. But if you look back at that timeline, at 10:44, Sheila was leaving for lunch. At 11:09 is when Keith Agee started talking about shooting Brooklyn. At 11:21, Sheila Agee was coming back in her truck. At 11:27, Brooklyn came back in the store from lunch. At 11:36, Miss Agee was walking in on the other side of the store, the lumber side, and you'll see it in the video if you watch it again. It's the lumber exit. She's coming back from lunch. 19 minutes later, she sent that address to Keith. Mr. Ackerman said that Miss Agee was walking around, lingering around the area for, I think he said approximately 30 minutes. I may have misquoted that. But at some point, he says she's lingering around for 30 minutes or so. Look back at that footage, because that is simply not accurate. At 12:55, Miss Agee is walking toward the front entrance, and she's looking out in that area. By 1 o'clock, so she's there about 5 minutes. By 1 o'clock, she's walking down by aisle 52 and 53. And she does not come back until 1:15. That is 2 minutes before Keith Agee is parking his car in the parking lot next to her truck. At 1:15, she comes walking again from the lumber area from the other side. She comes to the front entrance. She lingers around there for a couple of minutes, and then she walks to aisle 52, aisle 53, and she's over there for over 1 minute. Within feet of where Brooklyn Sims was working. She walks past aisles 52, 53, and then at 1:17:44, Keith Agee pulls up, parks next to his mom's truck. At 1:18, he's getting out of the car. He heads toward the lumber section initially, and then he turns and starts going the other direction with his phone in his hand. He changes his direction and he goes to the front entrance. He comes in the store at 1:19 and 30 seconds. He goes directly to aisle 52 and 53. In less than 1 minute, at 1:20:13, Keith Agee is running out of that store. At 1:21, 911 was called. This defendant went straight to aisle 52 after the shooting. If that is not a meeting of the minds, I don't know what is. And then what was Sheila Agee doing 38 minutes later? Deleting all of those text messages. The state and the defense don't often agree because that's just the nature of our job. But the state and Mr. Ackerman agree on one thing. Sheila Agee has been able to control her son in the past. That was his statement to you. And if you look at page 99 on the text messages that were read into evidence this morning, it's dated August 4th of 2023, you will see where Sheila Agee was able to talk her son down. He says to Sheila Agee, and again, this is August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if you know she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hell was playing with you at Papa House, I was finna kill. I literally backed the car up and out the window to shoot him. Only thing saved him was you, because you told me not to. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee did not want Brooklyn hurt. She loved Brooklyn. Ladies and gentlemen, she probably did on some level, but not more than her own son. Not more than his wishes and his mission. Mr. Ackerman brought up these text messages again when Lionil Martinez testified that he didn't go back a month and look at these text messages. A lot of that information is about this STD. The state does not have to prove anyone had an STD. You're not going to see that anywhere in your jury instructions. Those text messages also show you the dysfunctional relationship between Brooklyn and Keith and Sheila. But you also have those in the text messages that the state submitted yesterday. Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about the law. And the state is going to ask you to please listen to the judge when she instructs you, especially on the law of principles. You're going to have a copy that you will take back with you, and you will apply the facts of this case to the law. Because to be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be present when the crime is committed, and she was. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove that Sheila Agee intended the killing of Brooklyn Sims to occur. And the state submits the evidence shows that. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, intended the death of Brooklyn Sims. But the evidence shows otherwise. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee wishes that she had done things differently. Of course she does. She is sitting before all of you on a charge of homicide. But she had every chance to change and do things differently on August 11th, 2023, before Brooklyn was murdered. She had every chance to do things differently, and she didn't. She wishes she did things differently. So does Brooklyn Sims. Just because Sheila Agee took the stand and gave you her version in self-preservation mode does not mean that what she says is true. She's on trial today. She wants you to believe that she did not do anything wrong, but she did, according to the law and the evidence. Mr. Ackerman said, well, what does she have to gain? She doesn't have to gain anything. What did Keith Agee have to gain? Nothing but revenge. Sheila Agee was assisting her blood, her son, her baby, Keith Agee. I mean, it's incredulous. It is almost impossible to believe. It is shocking. But it is what it is. And that's what the evidence and the law and the testimony in this trial tell you. It was based on her words, her actions, and her inactions. Mr. Ackerman said it's the state's burden to prove this case, and that is absolutely correct. The state accepts that burden, the state respects that burden, and the state has met that burden. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee did not physically pull the trigger that killed Brooklyn Sims, but she directed the gun and the bullets and the shooter from Alabama to the Pensacola. The state submits to you that based on the evidence in this case, Brooklyn Sims would not have died on August 11, 2023, on aisle 52 at Home Depot if this defendant had not directed Keith Agee to her location. Because of her words and her actions and her inactions, Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
Ladies and gentlemen, the court deputy's passing out copies for you of the instructions that I'm going to read. As counsel indicated, you'll be able to take these back with you, so you don't have to memorize the law. Each of you will be able to take this packet back, and you can have an opportunity to follow along as I read them to you. Does everybody have a copy? Okay. All right. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Sheila Agee, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of principal to first-degree premeditated murder. In this case, Sheila Agee is accused of principal to first-degree premeditated murder. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Brooklyn Sims was killed by Sheila Agee or her accomplice, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or was murder in the second degree or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances: when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Sheila Agee may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree premeditated murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims, or the death of Brooklyn Sims was caused by the culpable negligence of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I had previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable homicide and excusable homicide are in Instruction 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, in which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Brooklyn Sims occur. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Brooklyn Sims. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you applied to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary form of verdict has been prepared for you, and it is as follows. So there's only one verdict form. I have it up here, and we'll send this back to you in the jury room. And it says, verdict, we the jury find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1, guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged, guilty of principal to second-degree murder, a lesser included offense, guilty of principal to manslaughter, a lesser included offense, not guilty. So you need to mark in the blank next to whatever your decision is. And then it needs to be signed and dated by the foreperson. So there's a place for the date and the month, and then the foreperson should sign and then print their name, and then bring this back into the courtroom when you've reached your verdict. And so this will go back with you with the evidence. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the court security officer. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when you have all agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court security officer. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court security officer. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Any objection to the instructions as read from the state?
Not from the state, yet.
From the defense? Okay. A couple things before you go back. I'm going to have the attorneys come up and just double check all the exhibits, and then the deputy will bring those back to you. There are some videos that I think were introduced either as DVDs or CDs. There is a blank computer laptop that you'll have access to that doesn't have the ability to get on the internet, but you can play those videos as many times as you'd like, or look at the text message or whatever evidence you would like to see. So that's available for you. And we'll make sure the verdict form, again, goes back. Also take your notepads with you if you took notes, as well as your jury instructions. All right, is everybody feeling okay and able to deliberate? Okay, we do have 2 alternate jurors, so I'm going to announce them and ask that they remain in the jury box so I can speak to you for a minute. Caleb Hunter and Claire McDonald. Okay, if you all will stay here with me so I can talk to you, and we will make sure all the exhibits are ready to go back. And so I'll ask that everybody here in the courtroom stand in recognition of the important function that you're about to perform in beginning your deliberations and as you retire to the jury room. Please advise our court security officer when you've reached your verdict, and they will advise the court, and we will reconvene. So you may now retire to the jury room to deliberate. So Mr. Hunter and Ms. McDonald, you were selected as the alternate jurors in this case, and typically when we have cases that are going to be multiple days, we pick more than one alternate because oftentimes things happen. Jurors get sick, family members get sick, car accident, all kinds of things can come up, and if we don't have enough jurors, then we can't proceed with the trial. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your service for the last 3 days. You've given up a lot of your time and been very good citizens and being willing to participate in this important process. Although you will not go back to deliberate, I hope you do not feel like your time has been wasted. Again, we very well could have needed you, and I've had many cases where the alternates have been used. And I hope you're not too disappointed, because I know you've spent a lot of time here sitting through jury selection and 2 full days of trial. But I sincerely thank you for being here, being attentive, again, being good citizens. This will count as your jury service for the year. So if you get another summons, you don't have to come down and serve, but I hope that it has been an experience that you'd be willing to serve again and participate and serve as a juror. If you want to know the verdict, you can certainly contact my office, and my assistant can let you know. But if you have do you have anything in the jury room that you need to get? Okay, our deputy will make sure, and if you have anything in the lockers as well, make sure you don't leave without that, but they'll make sure that you get checked out. But on behalf of myself, the assistant state attorneys, defense attorneys, defendant, we thank you very much for your service. Okay. so it's about 4:40. I did talk to the deputies before I read the instructions, just in case we need to get together and talk about dinner, because I think 6 PM is the latest that we can order it. So I thought we could get together at 5:45 if we do not have a verdict, to talk about that, see if the jurors are interested in dinner, because it usually takes about an hour to get here. Does that sound okay to State and Defense?
Very reasonable.
Okay, and they have your phone numbers, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Ackerman, are you going to stay in the building, or you're going to go to your office?
I'm going to stay here for a few minutes anyway.
Okay, and you're not too far away, right, in case we have a question or anything else comes up?
10 minutes, less than that.
Okay.
Judge got through a wrench now.
A wrench in it?
I spoke to the monitors, and because they close at 7 o'clock, we need to order by 5:30.
By 5:30.
I'm sorry, 7
Okay.
o'clock is,
That's when the restaurant closes, so the monitors requested we order by 5:30.
Okay, well, let's have a further discussion. Do you think we should provide menus to them and give them an opportunity to just go ahead and order?
I think so, Judge, it's part of the least we can do for them.
Right, so we'll go ahead and give them that opportunity. If they end up not eating it, we can give it to them on their way out.
I'm right there.
But I just don't want it to get to a point where we can't feed them, because obviously it's a serious case, it may take a while, as you all know. Okay, so we've changed our plan on that, so I don't think we need to reconvene unless we get a question then, or a verdict. Anything else we need to address before we're in recess pending verdict? Okay, well then, we'll be in recess again until we have a verdict. If the attorneys want to just double check the exhibits before you.
618 front door. Do we have, yeah, thank you. Yeah, 10.
Defense ready to proceed at this point?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, my understanding is we have a verdict. Any reason we cannot take the verdict at this point, state?
Not from the state, Judge?
Defense? Okay, I know we've had a number of individuals in and out of the courtroom throughout the course of the trial, and I'd just like to caution everyone, if you do not believe if you do not believe you can control yourself when the verdict is read by the clerk, I'll ask that you step out and just be mindful of the hard work of the jury the last 3 days. All right, if we can bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury.
Jury's in the box.
You can be seated. State's present, defendant is present with counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? Okay, and are you the foreperson?
Yes.
If you would hand the verdict form to our court deputy, I'm going to review it, make sure it's been filled out completely. Believed to be in proper order, and I'll have Madam Clerk publish the verdict. Ms. Agee, please rise to accept the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court for Escambia County, Florida, State of Florida Plaintiff versus Sheila Agee Defendant, Clerk number 1723 CF 003379B, Division A, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1, guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged. So say we all, this 6th day of August, 2025, juror Carpenter, foreperson.
Would either party like the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service on Monday, yesterday, and again today. You gave 3 days of your time to help us resolve this case, and we certainly appreciate the time and consideration you've given to this case and your willingness to serve. I am going to reintroduce the attorneys. We have Ms. Bridget Myers-Jensen. She's the Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit, and Mr. Alvin Trey Myers, and he is the Deputy Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit for the state of Florida, and Mr. David Ackerman, who's in private practice here in Pensacola. And I always like to reintroduce them in case you wish to reach out to them. They won't reach out to you, but if you'd like to, I know when I was trying cases, I did on a few occasions have jurors contact me, and it was helpful to understand, what the discussions were in the jury room. But again, that's up to you. You're not required to do that in any way, and you can find their contact information online. And again, this will count as your jury service for the year. And we again appreciate your hard work and time and consideration this week. So on behalf of myself, the Assistant State Attorney, Defense Attorney, Defendant, we thank you. You are now free to go, and our court deputy will get you checked out. And have a nice rest of your week. Thank you.
Your Honor, based on the jury's verdict, we should proceed to sentencing today. Ms. Brooklyn's mother is here, and she would like to speak
Okay.
before the court enters sentencing. You want to come forward this way? Yes, we do. Ma'am, if you'll raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'll just state your name for me, ma'am.
Cornelia Sims.
Okay.
You have something to read for the judge?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Webster's dictionary defines a mother as a woman who has given birth to a child, provided an egg for a child, or who has legally adopted a child. My definition of a mother is a selfish, loving human who often sacrifices many of her own wants and needs for those needs of her children. A mother makes sure that her children are equipped with knowledge, skills, and the abilities to make it as a competent human being. It has been 1 year, 11 months, and 25 days since my daughter, Brooklyn Taylor Dior Sims, was tragically taken from me. I miss my daughter. Casey lost her mama. Casey lost her daddy. Casey lost her other grandmother. When I say my granddaughter does not understand, and I don't know if she ever will, what happened on August the 11th, 2023. When I say this, I'll never be the same. Try to go on for Casey's sake, but I'll never be the same. I want to thank you, Trey, Ms. Bridget. Thank the jurors. that today, Justin for Brooklyn Taylor Sims has been served.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
How's Casey doing now?
She's thriving. She's getting big. At the time of the incident, Casey was 15 months. October, Casey will turn 4. She's just like Brooklyn. When I say identical, she looks like her from head to toe. She's her mom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor,
Anybody else that wanted to be heard?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Based on the jury's verdict, though, there's only one lawful sentence, Your Honor, and that's adjudication of guilt, life in state prison without the possibility of parole. I believe the court costs are $518, and that's all the state has, Your Honor.
I believe her credit was 722 days.
Judge, may I, my client would like to say something.
Yes, sir. Just 1 second.
Your Honor, I would like to say that Ms. Sims is 100% correct. I failed as a mother. I failed as a friend. And I failed as a grandmother. And it was something Brooklyn didn't deserve. There's no way I can express my sorrow to you. And I'm sorry, I don't ask for forgiveness. I don't ask for forgiveness. And I don't ask for forgiveness when you need a PP. But I want to let you know you are a great mother. You are a great mother. You are a great grandmother. And you were a great friend. And I let you down. And I apologize from the bottom of my heart for letting you down. And I hope you strive. And I hope Casey strives. And TT, I hope you and Ada strive. And I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, Ms. Jensen, and thank you, Mr. Trey. And thank you, Mr. David. And I am so sorry to my family. I love y'all. In Your Honor, I apologize to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agee. Mr. Ackerman, anything else from you, sir?
I'm sorry, Judge.
I said, was there anything else from you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, fine.
Based on the jury's verdict finding you guilty as charged of principal to first-degree murder, I will adjudicate you guilty of that charge, sentence you to life in the Florida Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. I believe she has credit for 722 days. Any objection to that amount of credit? And she'll be given that credit. I'll impose $518 in court cost. Madam Clerk, there's no other required cost, correct? All right, and this is the judgment and sentence of the court. You have 30 days to appeal. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. And all financial obligations will be reduced to judgment lien. I'll remain to observe Ms. Agee get fingerprinted, but otherwise, court is adjourned. Yeah, maybe go check and make sure. I'm fine. If y'all need to step back, then you can.
See you tomorrow, Judge.
I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Everything under control? Okay.
We just need her signature. You can have her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get her second. Okay. Don't you stand this.